So once
Jason, I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry to interrupt, but no one can hear.
People can't hear. Sorry, Jason.
okay. Zoom, it's just interesting.
Do you guys have your mics on or your? Seems like there's some feedback over there. All right.
Okay.
You have to turn your sound down. Mark,
We'll work.
if you just turn it on mute.
All right.
Always speaking of Zoom, a little technical difficulties. So yeah, we're good segue there. Restrooms, if you haven't found out, are out in the main lobby. Women's is before the lobby as you exit our office here. Men's is just beyond the lobby. If you are curious what the Wi-Fi is, it's just the CAWP guest Wi-Fi. I think as far as housekeeping issues, help yourself to anything in the kitchen, in the fridge, the pastries, coffee. A little bit about CAWP. So we're a trade association of heavy highway union contractors who operate in the 33 counties of Western PA. Our contractors are some of the region's leading contractors who build the roads and bridges, the airport runways, locks and dams, utility work, etc. So very proud to be part of Pitt iRise. As I said, we're a new member, very looking forward to a lot of the great things that they're doing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie, the director of Pitt iRise.
All right, thanks a lot. And again, thanks for hosting us, these great facilities. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
And thanks to Cheryl for keeping the bridge open 2 lanes so we could get out here nice and easily underway. Which one? Exactly. Maybe to start, if we could, because we can see the names of those online, but if everybody around here could maybe just say your name and your affiliation. I know the steering committee and a lot of you know each other, but there's also some new names and faces. So if we could start with our associate director.
I'm Gary Euler. I'm the, as Julie said, the associate director, otherwise known as Julie Sky Pryor.
Chaz Donnelly. I'm with the University of Pittsburgh.
I'm Shravan Sen. I'm a postdoc at the University of Pittsburgh.
Lucio Sales. I'm a postdoc at the University of Pittsburgh.
I'm Alavi. I'm a faculty member at Pitt.
I'm Gloria John and PhD student at Pitt.
I'm Escort Peskin with Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Schultz, Pennsylvania Turnpike. Steve Shanley, Allegheny County Department of Public Works.
Mark Magalotti, faculty, University of Pittsburgh.
Chuck Niederreiter, Golden Triangle Construction Company. Jeff Kazanish, University of Pittsburgh.
Fatma Silopo, Microwave International.
Yeah, Brad Heigl, Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Dan Sess, the Mike Victor.
Bill Kovach, PennDOT District 12.
Rachel Duda, PennDOT District 12.
Jason Kloss, CAWP.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Oh, there, sorry.
Dan's helping us a lot with all the landslide activities, so we appreciate that. All right, thank you. Now we'll start with kind of the iRise annual report, a summary of what we've done, which is what you have here. And first, I want to thank Gary for all his hard work in putting this together. We're pretty proud of the way it came out and all the accomplishments in here, which couldn't have occurred without you. So we thought we would start off the meeting by going through the the annual report here and talking a little bit about what we've accomplished this past year together. But what I would like to do is sort of set this up for the discussion we're going to have this afternoon. So while we kind of go through and talk about what we've done this past year and where we're at, if you could be thinking about it in a critical manner with respect to where we want to go in the future, and that will be our discussion this afternoon. So I'll try to kind of hit on things that we'd like to talk about a little bit more in the afternoon, but if you could be thinking about things throughout the day regarding where we are at, where we've been, and our direction moving forward, then it would be great to get your input and insight this afternoon so that we can have a discussion on whether we feel we're on the right track, where we could be going, and if we're making the progress that we'd like to make. So with that, we'll just jump in. And for those of you that are on the steering committee and have been working really closely with us, are very familiar with what iRise is. For those of you that are online, and Chaz, if you could kind of keep track of the chat, so if there's questions, then we can bring those up as we go. And for those of you here too, obviously, please just speak up. This is kind of an interactive component, so it's not like it's going to throw you information about if you have questions, comments, please feel free to speak up. There's speakers throughout the room, so those online can hear us. In chat will be giving us the sign if we have something online that people want to convey. So for those of you not as familiar with iRise, iRise stands for Impactful Resilient Infrastructure Science and Engineering. And we're trying to tackle these issues with the deteriorating infrastructure, recognizing that we have insufficient funds to buy our way out of the problem. So how can we develop tools to help? We already have clapping and approval. So how can we develop some tools to help us do less or do more with less? So with the overall direction and the focus of what we're doing with iRise, we have these 4 components that we're typically contributing to. One is knowledge, gaining information, and then in the upper right-hand corner, using that to make decisions. The lower left-hand corner is material durability, and then actually performing the intervention in the bottom right-hand corner. And putting those together so that we have a good system outcome that gives us quality of life, accessibility to services, movement of people and goods. And we have a couple of components that we've added since we first originated this in different focus areas based on the feedback that we've been getting. And so one, of course, is worker safety. And we've really, this last year, have put a lot into that area based on the direction and guidance from our steering committee and what is important to them. And climate resilience is also, of course, an important challenge. And a lot of what we're tackling in that area is through landslides. And again, that was brought up originally at the annual meeting through Cheryl and Joe at the time. So we've added those components. Again, think about these different areas that we've been focusing on, whether we want to continue to do that, if there's something we want to add, if we should be more focused and kind of drill in and keep things a little bit more constrained and not as open, then that's something that we'll discuss this afternoon. So with respect to research, when we had our first strategic planning committee, we talked about what our appetite was for high risk, high reward versus research that we know that when we complete it, we will have a tool or something that's usable. And as the steering committee early on decided that it's good to have something a little bit more sure-footed You know, we didn't have a lot of revenue at that time, so we wanted projects that at the end, we had a tool or knowledge or information that we could use and put into practice. And so it wasn't as much the high risk, high reward, but something that when the researchers were done, it was something implementable and that could be used. And then at the strategic planning committee, there seemed to be more of an appetite for, you know, a little bit more high risk, high reward. And at that point, it was decided that maybe an 80-20% distribution between those two would be suitable. So as we go through the day, is this still where we're at? That's something that I hope you'll think about. And as we go through the projects that we're currently doing, and you kind of see what we've done this past year and sort of where we're going. Is this on target? Should we open this up a little bit more? And we can talk a little bit about that more later. Again, the focus areas that we have and what we're targeting, are they narrow enough? Are we getting too broad? Are the topics still relevant? And the balance between these 4 areas, is it a good balance, or should we be weighing it a little bit more heavily in one area or the other? So again, the uniqueness about iRise, we have a lot of different entities working on research in this area, transportation infrastructure, all over the country and all over the world. But this group is what makes us unique, in that we're working with this group from the time we identify the challenge to the time we implement a solution. And I think that we've grown over the years, and I think we're doing that better now than we did when we originally started, based on kind of a back and forth. We're engaging people earlier on. So everybody that participated, and everybody here has participated in the brainstorming sessions, as well as a lot of the people online. We greatly appreciate that. And before, we were just taking that, and we were taking that and then developing proposals and research projects, and then going back to everybody with that. And through this evolving process, now we're getting everybody involved earlier on. So we're not giving those ideas to the researchers to develop the proposals, but working with groups of people within each of our constituents to help us develop those proposals. So that's been evolving over on. I think we're doing a better job, so that when we get to actually doing the project, then you're not like, what? That's not what we were talking about at all. But keeping everybody involved in the project instead of just at these critical points. So then, just to make sure everybody online knows exactly who is contributing into all this effort, Allegheny County was our first member. And then we have Golden Triangle and Michael Baker International helping us with the design and construction aspects. We have the Turnpike, Pennsylvania, and those were the Pennsylvania DOT, of course, which really contributes greatly in the amount of funding that we've been able to achieve, but also in all of their expertise in getting them on the expert panels and getting them incorporated into the brainstorming session. So they've really been integral as well. And then this year, thanks to CAWP, our newest member, we're really happy to have them on board. And again, we had a critical need with respect to worker safety. And this year, as you'll see, we put a lot of effort into looking into that area. And this has been a really critical member that has helped fill that niche. So thanks to you that helped us get in contact with CAWP. Chuck, you were really helpful in that, and letting us know of these different partners that would help fulfill these needs. And if you have partners that you might know that might help us as we go through the day, then it'd be great to hear about them as well. So the steering committee does a lot of heavy lifting, and I wanted to recognize them here. Rich Barkowski, who is representing CAWP on the steering committee. Dan Sussman, of course, who's been with us from the start, as has Chuck Leadwright from Golden Triangle. Michael Schultz as well has been on board early on, as has Steve Shanley from Allegheny County. We're happy to have Brian Wall on now that he's taken up that position. And he's been a huge help, because as you can imagine, the contracts between Pitt and PennDOT to say is challenging is maybe an understatement. You know, you have two large institutions and both of them have the way they like to do things. And, you know, so thanks to Brian and Shelley for helping us out in that area. Ed Skorpinski has been participating in the steering committees as well, as has Jason from the county, and we really appreciate those people. And then Cliff Beck from FHWA has taken over for Karen as our FHWA ex officio member. So thanks a lot to the steering committee for all that you've done to help get us where we're at. So what have we done? So here's some of the research products that have been produced as a result of all of the work by the students and the faculty and the steering committees, or the technical panels that go along with each project. And you can find all these on the website, but I think this slide kind of gives you the visual that we just produced a lot of reports. But really, it's been much more than that. And again, I think this is because we have great members. We don't just try to get anybody, but we get targeted members that are really going to contribute in the process. So some of these tools that were developed were just technology that we're integrating into the classroom. We had one of our very first projects, I think the very first project that we completed was on corrosion. And the county was going to help integrate into that into the classroom. So we have materials of construction course. And with that, we're able to engage the students and get them involved and transfer this information onto them as well. So they're going to take them out and show them a tour of their bridges. And that was unfortunately something we couldn't do because of COVID. So they produced these 3 really excellent videos. There's links to their videos on the website on their 3 bridges. Really great videos. Thanks, Steve, for doing that. And they presented that at our seminar series for the undergraduates this year in lieu of the in-person tour. Other things that we've been doing, Golden Triangle and the Turnpike allowed us out on their project for the material compatible repair, and not only us, but a bunch of students. The Turnpike provided us with design information so that we could use that as a class project, and then let us out. Chuck accommodated a tour so they could design the project, and then later on in the class, they actually got to see the road constructed. So that was really cool. You know, it gives the students a perspective on why they shouldn't design a concrete pavement to the nearest hundredth of an inch when they go out there and see things. And it's also good too, right? If you see it constructed, you're going to be able to design it much better than if you've never been out on a project. So we had some great tools that were developed by Lev and in Pitt Rigid, and he's continued to update that over the past year. And I haven't seen a bill to iRise on that, so he's done that on his own time to kind of provide updates and make sure that that tool's added value. We also had the bioconcrete, and that was probably our first more fundamental kind of high risk, high reward research that Steve Sachs provided. Along with Dr. Hagen. He's going to talk about that a little bit later. Unfortunately, he had some card issues, so he'll be presenting remotely. And then the landslide problem that we've continued to tackle. If you remember, we started out with a workshop, and just to get everybody together in the same room and talk about the issue, talk about all the different things that they've done. You notice it's always the academics, right?
We're just hearing you in stereo, Julie, over here.
Hello. So off that, we're going to do a follow-up to keep that energy going. And there was a seminar series that was planned. And again, of course, COVID hit, and so we had to rethink that. And we got kind of really large in scope when we converted that to an online. And so we planned 3 different seminars, one structured more towards the students, and then the other 2 for professionals as well as students. And they were a huge hit. They crashed the Zoom system. And so we had to delay one, unfortunately, and we still have not got a good answer from Zoom on why that has happened. But it was really early on. All the videos are now on the website. So if you didn't have the opportunity to participate, or if there's a particular topic that you would like to hear about, you can see those online. We'd like to thank all of you, as well as the professionals that contributed their time to that, because it was a huge time sink. Dan did a large work in the organization of that, along with Tony Yannicchioni and Etan Shalif, and it was kind of a joint effort between geology and civil engineering, which I thought was pretty neat as well. So we're doing a lot of things other than just producing reports, and we have a lot of really exciting research going on that Dr. Alavi is going to tell you a little bit about that we started up this year, where he's working with Rutgers and WJE. Again, a great partner, and it'd be nice to find other universities and places to partner with in the future as well, where we could fill certain niches we might not bring. But he's collecting data on bridges and using machine learning so that you could just pull that data and then put that into a design tool that he developed, or not a design, a performance assessment tool. So you can snap pictures or take videos with a drone, feed that into the tool that he developed using machine learning, and you can get some output regarding the performance of the bridge and assessing that in the two different layers. So he'll give you more details on that. Gloria was working with him, and he'll tell you more. She won an award for this project. She's a really great grad student that we have here at Pitt. If you have an opportunity to talk to her during the breaks, I'm sure that you'll enjoy that. Then we have Dr. Kazanovich over there. Not only is he disrupting the meeting, but in his spare time, he's working on this really opening project that is providing a neat tool where he's coupling some machine learning, or not machine learning, but some non-destructive testing. So ways to monitor strength, and it means that's more rapid and more indicative of what's in place. And then developing some tools on how to look at when you can open up to traffic, depending on the type of traffic. So if you just have cars and you can get early access versus trucks, then you might be able to open up a little bit early, and he'll give you a little bit more information on that later on. So I won't talk about that too much. Dr. Magalotti over there is doing some work on quantifying the value. So one of the things that the steering committee came to us and said is that, we're coming up with some good products, but we really aren't able to quantify to the people we report to what the value is. How much money, how much time is it saving everybody? And so this project was initiated, and he'll talk a little bit more about this later, but he has a couple of projects that were completed, but he's also working with the PIs for projects that are just starting up, so that when he's trying to quantify value, if there's different things we can do in the research project to help quantify that as we go, then he's working with the researchers to do that. And I guess when we were talking to the Executive Deputy Secretary Batula, she brought up the fact that, wow, this is great. What about the other projects? Are you going to do it in the future? So that's something we want to think about too. How will we approach this in the future? Maybe this is something we continually do, and but it's something we need to talk about. Projects now being initiated. Again, we have a lot going on in the worker safety, and again, that came out from the steering committee. Brad had talked a lot about that, and of course, Chuck, and this was a big thing for George as well. So this was something that we've put a lot of time and focus in, not only in our current activities, and we provided some funding. We're also pursuing other avenues to supplement that funding that we'll talk a little bit more later. And then we have work going on in the pavements area, which with respect to distress markings, joint sealing. That was something that Bill brought up at a brainstorming, I think 2 years ago, right, Bill? And so we'll hope to get that started this fall. We did the material compatible repair project, and now we're going to do a follow-up to get that into the field and try to get that implemented. And then, of course, the landslides best practices that Michael Baker was able to help us out with, and she'll talk a little bit about that later on. So that's what we have that's going to be initiated. So how does this all fit in? And this is for the schematic. So these are projects that are either ongoing or will be starting soon, and sort of where they or were completed this past year. So nothing prior to this is what's going on this year and will be starting shortly. It doesn't include the year 4 projects. So where are we with respect to the different areas that you're tackling? And you see, it's a pretty good distribution. We have a lot with respect to durability and structural repair. And then we have some too that's sort of gapping that bridge between knowledge and decision-making. And so this is kind of where we are. Is this where we want to be? Again, as we go on through the day, and I'll reach back to this afternoon, you'll get more information on each of these projects throughout the day. But we're really looking for your input on if this is the direction we continue to go. Do we want to tweak it? Do we want to change it? And as you hear more about the projects, we'll be better able to have that discussion. So student involvement, that was always something that the steering committee thought was important. One, it helps develop the students, gains interest in this area so that they see that transportation is a lot of fun and we do some cool things. But also in helping recruiting to the different agencies. And I think this was another thing that Melissa was kind of, she thought this was important too with respect to bringing some really new, exciting things to the agency to help recruit good talent. And, you know, I think the Turnpike is doing that as well. They have, I just saw an article, I think in one of the magazines on how many new innovative things that the Turnpike's trying to get involved in and has got involved in. So this will help generate, you know, and recruit the best students to our area. So we have engaged a lot of graduate students through funded projects, through class projects that we've tied into the funded projects. Some have been able to participate in conferences. Of course, that was remote this year. A few people at TRB, I know, as well as a few other conferences. We have the demo at the annual meeting that Chuck hosted last year. And we had, as you saw, a bunch of students out there active in that research project. Anytime you're doing research while they're paving, you have to have a crew, right, to get things done in a timely manner. But it's good experience for them as well. We had them engaged in the landslide seminar series. As I mentioned, the first one was targeted just for the students, and it was a joint seminar, undergraduate seminar that was hosted by, again, geology and the civil students. We also had them presenting. So 2 of the presenters were our Pitt students. So the landslide seminar series, again, I already had mentioned Allegheny County, class projects, site visits. The site visits are really great. The students love them. It helps them get a perspective on what they're learning in the classroom. And of course, we couldn't do many last year. We will be in person in the fall. So hopefully we can get those up and running again. But the students really enjoy the site visits, and it's a great learning experience for them. And then Mark helped put together the co-op program, scholarship program that was initiated just this past January. And that's evolving a little bit as well. So thank you, Mark, for taking on that. So again, as we get through the day, and these are how we're trying to engage students, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later. Are there other methods, other things we should be doing to engage students to get them involved and let them know how great this area is? So the year 4 work program, which we hope to get a vote on from the steering committee in the next few weeks. It's still evolving. Again, the process is taking a little bit longer than it has in the past because we're engaging the technical committees before we send it to the steering committee. So it's very well defined. It has the input from the experts in those areas from each of your agencies or companies, and it'll make it a little bit smoother. But again, what we're tackling is the climate resilience. So a lot of the money this year is going to that effort. PennDOT doubled their support to help tackle that issue. So we're really thankful for that. And then safety, of course, is something we're really trying to hit hard and address. And we don't have a lot of money in that area, but we have quite a few projects that we're setting up, as you'll see. And then additive manufacturing, which is kind of a neat thing that Dr. Labby is taking on, which will be a fun project. And then concrete pavement performance will be another topic as well. And that's something that that Golden Triangle brought up at the brainstorming, and there was a lot of interest on board for that. That's a really neat project that I think you'll be excited about. So, of course, I'm already putting us 4 minutes behind. My apologies, but I know that we'll catch up. So with that, are there any questions? A lot of information, but as you can tell, it was a really busy year. So even though we had COVID, it was really nice that we're able to continue to work together, meet regularly, and continue on with it. So thanks for all your efforts in helping us do that. Questions, thoughts, comments? Okay, again, we're going to circle back to a lot of the things that I brought up about that in the afternoon. So the next thing that we're going to be providing is a briefing on the completed project. So Steve is online, and I will stop sharing. And Steve, if you could please share your screen and begin, that would be great.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me all right?
We can, thanks, Steve.
All right, awesome. Sorry I wasn't able to join in person. I went to turn the car over this morning and it didn't want to go. So luckily we do have Zoom, and I guess this might be one good thing to come out of the pandemic is we at least have other ways to participate in things like this and activities. So thanks for having me. Glad to at least not be there in person, but at least be able to present to you here virtually. This is the update on the kind of the final report from the bioconcrete project, we've been calling it. The title of the project you can see up there. Really, it's just a pilot study, kind of like a feasibility study to investigate the effects of MICP or microbially induced carbonate precipitation, and if that's something we could even theoretically use to help us with the repair rehabilitation of existing concrete that's been cracked, or even potentially down the road using it to help us kind of prevent cracks happening from the starting point. So this project was small pilot project funded by iRise and also the Mascaro Center for Sustainable Innovation. I want to thank the co-authors here, specifically the Sarahs, Sarah Haig and Sarah Patel, who provided all of the microbiology expertise, which would have not been possible to do this project otherwise, since that's kind of way outside of my wheelhouse. So for this project, in reality, the kind of goal impetus, we all know concrete cracks, and repairing and rehabilitating structures is exceedingly expensive. And current remediation, rehabilitation techniques are often expensive, temporary, sometimes environmentally hazardous. So this bio-inspired concrete design, is this something that we can look to employ that might help us provide cheaper, more environmentally friendly rehabilitation to concrete structures that we have and exist? And so in doing this project, there were a few objectives that we wanted to hit along the way. Obviously, first we wanted to do a literature review to identify stuff that's already kind of been done and existing microbes which have been used for this in the past. And then the second part, which I still think is arguably kind of the coolest part of all of this, we took existing in situ concrete from different places that we had pulled across a slew of different states, and even here locally from SR 50 in Pennsylvania and also I-70. We took the existing concrete and we looked to isolate microbes that already exist in the concrete structure that could be used to induce the microbial carbonate precipitation. So are there bugs that already exist in concrete that can do this? Can we leverage that to help us? Since they already exist in concrete and are alive, in theory, they can survive that, that environment that the concrete has. And so can we leverage that ability to help us use those microbes to begin precipitating and starting this carbonate precipitation. We then also wanted to look at evaluating the mechanical properties of the concrete mix design, incorporating the nutrients for the MICP to see if that was something that would detrimentally affect the matrix or the structure of the concrete overall. And so generally speaking, the microbes, I generally just refer to them as bugs, right? They take in some sort of chemical, traditionally that's like a urea, and then they excrete or produce a calcium carbonate as a result of that. So by incorporating urea and the other components that we needed for the MICP to occur, did that detrimentally affect the concrete at all? And then finally, we wanted to do a self-healing and leaching study to investigate cracked specimens to see if there was any added benefit in terms of reducing the permeability and ability of the concrete to reduce water ingress. And so starting out, we were looking to isolate those microbes from the real concrete structures. The first thing we came in and did was swab the concrete that we already had existing, and then we gave it to the SARAs. They did their, they did their microbiology voodoo, if you will, and grew a bunch of different cultures and samples from all of these different materials, and they cultured those bacteria. And then they identified all of the different microbes which were capable of inducing that carbonate precipitation and had those different kinds of traits and characteristics. And so when we were assessing the different microorganisms, it was kind of a twofold effect. One thing we wanted to do is identify and see if the microbes we found were capable of forming and initiating a precipitate to occur. And then we also wanted to evaluate the growth kinetics of those specimens. So how fast can they reproduce and populate, since that's going to be a very important parameter in evaluating whether or not we can use this for different specimens. And so from all of the different concrete specimens we tested, we identified 22 microbes overall that were capable of inducing that microbial carbonate precipitation, which I think is just kind of crazy when you think about it, that there were that many different bugs that existed in concrete that were able to do that. What we did was we took the 5 best of those, the 5 best that were able to produce the carbonate precipitation, and the 5 best that were overall growing. And then we took them on to do the further studying for the leaching and the self-healing. And so what we did was we took existing concrete that we had cracked in the lab. And so we had these existing cracks. We tried to control them as much as we could, while still maintaining the tortuosity and all of the effects you would see in a normal reinforced concrete crack. And looking at the different biomortar mixtures that we could kind of basically stick in there to kind of plug up the crack. So we grew and had a whole bunch of different cultures. We mixed together the MICP slurry, essentially is kind of what it is, in addition with some sand and some other binder at a certain concentration of bugs for each of the different specimens and bugs that we were kind of evaluating. And then we did a leaching study to see if any harmful or adverse chemicals leached out of the specimens, and then also to identify if there was any kind of reduction in the permeability or the ability to prevent water ingress into the specimens. So we tested 5 of the microbes, the 5 best that we had isolated in the other part of the study, and then also a positive control. Of all of those, 4 of the ones that we tested showed a reduction in water ingress. Of those 4 that reduced water ingress, it was roughly around 40% reduction from before and after. And so there is, there's some potential here for the, these microorganisms to be able to, provide us basically plugging up and controlling the crack and, precipitating out that carbonate precipitation to help us in the remediation of concrete structures. The other ones that didn't quite result in the reduction, they were a little bit close, a little bit more, and there were obviously with COVID and everything, we kind of had to rush this at the end. So we didn't necessarily have a chance to investigate those effects as clearly as we wanted. But there definitely appears to be some benefit from the bioconcrete in terms of what we were trying to do. One of the things coming out of this that we wanted to investigate a little bit further was whether or not the bugs actually kind of survived that process. But that's something we can look at to leveraging into an additional project. Quick conclusions. Like I said, 22 bugs capable of producing that the microbial induced carbonate precipitation from the existing concrete. We developed the biologically active mortar that contained the microorganisms to repair the surface. Over 30, roughly 40% reduction in water ingress from those types of microorganisms. No harmful byproducts leached out. A lot more additional testing needs to be done to kind of evaluate that further though. Additionally, the task I didn't talk a lot about, task C, we did include different studies in the effects of those bugs and whether or not they were able to affect the concrete formulation and the strength and hydration characteristics. And while there were some effects on the hydration characteristics, there was not any major impact on the overall strength of the concrete as a result of the introduction of the food for the bugs. So like I said, you can read the project report if you haven't had a chance to do so. It's up online. We completed that last December. And just quickly, some future directions here, some things that we'd like to kind of look at moving forward. In application of existing cracked concrete, we want to look at the viability of the microbes to assess how long they live and continue to perform microbially induced carbonate precipitation. And then, eventually kind of take that into some pilot and field testing if at all possible. For application in new concrete mixes, this would be us trying to take the microorganisms and incorporating them in the get-go. So they are already housed within the concrete matrix, whether that involves encapsulating the microbes in some kind of container or shell ahead of time. To kind of have the microorganisms in there and dormant, that when the concrete cracks, they would be able to activate and then begin to perform that intended function where they would be able to produce carbonate precipitation. One of the big issues with that, though, is looking at survivability of the microorganisms during curing and ensuring that you get even distribution throughout the concrete matrix. And so that's all I had. I'd be happy to take any questions if we have time. Please shoot me an email too if you'd like to have any discussions online. And thank you for your time. And I'll go ahead and stop sharing and see if we have any questions.
Steve, any questions for Steve? I don't see anything on the chat. So thanks a lot, Steve. Good luck with that car.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit for the next one.
All right, thanks. And the next one we have up is Dr. Dan Bain. And again, he's with the geology, and he's kind of taking up a lot of the heavy lifting on the landslide issue.
Thanks, Julie. And today we're going to be talking about the seminar series. A lot of you were able to hopefully take part in some of these. And I'm presenting today because Tony and Julie couldn't join. So I have to say that all the glory is his and all the mistakes are mine. This, as Julie alluded to when she was starting to talk about this, introduce this during her introductory remarks, this really was not, everybody heavy lifted for this one. You know, all of the members of the consortium were well represented. The presentations and the organizing, we had a lot of support from faculty and staff at the university. The conference people really did things that, you know, as you can tell, we might not be able to do on our own. The consulting community really took part, you know, just making sure that people were at the meeting and presenting, making sure we want, you know, just really interesting talks. That I'll show you the web address in a little bit, where you can get it if you want it. And then the government agencies also were there, not only those in the consortium IRISE, but I think we had presentations from the Minnesota Department of Transportation and a lot of different places. So this is a group effort, and it was really a great experience to be involved in. And, you know, the problem is that Southwest Pennsylvania, smack dab where we are, is really prone to landslides. You know, so this is a classic USGS map of landslide risk across the United States, and you can see right here we're in this very red area. Red meaning much higher risk, moderate, low risk, no risk in the black, and you know, so we've had landslides for a long time. It's going to be hard to get out of them. But one of the worrying things that's coming down this pipe is this, with all of the climate predictions, we should be having increased precipitation. We should, and it seems like it's coming so. I mean, we've had 50 inches of rain both in 2018, 2019, which is more. And, you know, with this excess rainfall, start to move things that may not have moved in a more normal, what we consider normal rainfall regime. So this is really straining the budget. This is really straining our ability. We didn't plan necessarily to have this much landsliding. And you know, it's 377 in the districts 10, 11, and 12, according to SPC. $200 million we need to address that, but there's only really 25 million programmed into these TIPs. So we're going to need to come up with, be able to do more with less, and we need to be able to do more with less, or in a really fast time period. And you know, again, this comes out of a long history of this group talking about the landslide problem. The 2019 landslide workshop, you know, many of you probably were there. There was a lot of discussion. I was not able to be there, to my detriment. But you know, things that came out of what we need to understand where these 277 are, make sure that that number is good. What if, you know, maybe we're lowballing it, maybe it's even bigger. We also need to make sure that when we're mitigating these landslides and this landslide risk, we have to use best practices. So we have to document these best practices and have them available. You'll hear more about that later on from Michael Baker. And we also need to make sure that our students, you know, are fired up about landslides and ready to start really meeting this challenge as we move forward. And so this, we circled around and sort of settled on a set of seminars. Here's some of the promotional material, where we would bring, you know, groups from the consulting field, from the government field, and have them talk about what they're doing on a normal basis. We'll have the students in the audience. And you know, we were doing this in 2019, so we were like, oh, and then at coffee breaks, people would talk and everyone would get fired up. And then February 2020 rolled around and we had to adjust on the fly. And we went to a Zoom format, and we tried to make it as interactive as possible. I think we did a pretty good job. We certainly reached a lot of students and got them to interact with some of the luminaries in geotechnical engineering in the region. You know, so people came and they showed their best stories. Here's a picture from, I think, Mount Washington landslide that I took from one of Tony's presentations. I think he took it from one of the presentations. I think it was Bruce Ross. day 2, the second seminar. And we divided this up into 3. First, giving the students some basics, so they were able to absorb it, and then having a whole set of themes and 18 different presentations over the next 2 seminar sessions. Over 400 participants, 60% students. You know, it's hard to do this sometimes because it's double counting. The more impressive thing, I think, that Julie already mentioned is that 20% or so of our seminars presentations were from students. Things like using 311 data to understand, to expand landslide inventories, and using some LiDAR imagery in the areas that are being undermined on I-70. 18 presentations, many different varieties of topics. And then that nice part about it is right here on the web. You can go look at all of them yourself and enjoy it. So here, I'll explain these real quick. The date of the meeting, light blue is the student, dark blue is the professional. There's the attendance list, 300, 600, 300. Early on students, and a good mix in the second 2 meetings. And then the final thing I want to say, and I think that this, you know, I sit in a really privileged position to be able to work with iRise, because this engagement of the academics with the wider community, I think, is really the future of how we have to do this. And moving forward in science and engineering, to do this best job, we have to do it in a way that we're engaging the larger community. And so, you know, one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to start gathering information for this best practice manual. We wanted to really start people thinking about how's the best way to do that. So we can take the best ideas from the academy, the best ideas from the private sector, synthesize them along with our partners in the public sector, and really come up with something that then the whole community can use to do a better job of mitigating this risk. The other thing is we're trying to really pump up the interest among students and get them fired up so they can go out and work in the broader community and come up with these really ideas that we don't have yet to make this a better, quicker, more feasible way forward to make this a really resilient kind of transportation network in the face of this landslide challenge. And the final thing, and the great thing about the seminar, even in this Zoom format, is that really this is a way to make all of us talk to each other. You know, because none of this is going to happen. None of this, it's a complicated problem. It's going to be a complicated response. We really have to have these official and unofficial ways to talk to each other. We have to have redundancy in that. And I think that this landslide seminar was really a great opportunity to do that. And sitting there in the last meeting, listening to everyone talk after people tearing themselves away to some other meeting and just what do we do next? So, I mean, I'd like to thank all of you who had any part in this series. I think it was a great success, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions for Dan? Did anybody participate in that was here? Pretty amazing, wasn't it? They had 3 concurrent sessions, 3 presenters per session. The one thing that hit me during that whole process was, one, how passionate the geotech engineers are in this area, how giving they are with their time and exchange of information in developing these. It was just trying to get through the technology. It took a huge time commitment with everybody, let alone putting the time into presenting. And but it's a really passionate, really well-informed group. We have a lot of really good geotechs in the area. So it was a great experience. Again, thanks for everybody that helped make that what it was. I know there's a lot of people online that helped out. The districts helped out. So thanks to everybody for making that such a huge, what I would call a success. I mean, the participation was immense. And the students gave good feedback about it too. So it was more like, why can't we do this for all of our seminars? It's like, well, if you only knew, right? It was a huge lift. But thanks to everybody that helped out on that. Any questions for Dan? All right. Okay, so the next thing, moving right along, and thanks to Steve and Dan for getting us back on track. Now we have an update of the ongoing projects. So those were completed this past year. These are ongoing. And the first one will be improving the bridge assessment through the integration of the conventional visual inspection, non-destructive evaluation, and the structural health monitoring that Dr. Alavi and Gloria were working on.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Great to see you all, and it's wonderful to give a talk in person. That's really great. So my name is Amir Alavi, and I'm a faculty member here at Pitt. And our project is actually focused on improving bridge assessment through the integration of visual inspection, non-destructive evaluation, and structural health monitoring data. So let's start with some numbers. So you probably know that we have about 25,000 bridges here in Pennsylvania. And according to the recent AEC report, 18% of them are classified as being in poor condition. And they have actually received a D+ grade, which means that they're in desperate need for repair and maintenance. And we are using a number of advanced monitoring and also ND technologies to monitor our bridges here in Pennsylvania. But the main question right here is that what is the most effective SHM or ND method to monitor our bridges for better decision making? So you all know that we don't have such actually ND or SHM method that can be universal and can be used to detect various type of damages because they're sensitive to a specific type of damages. We can have methods that actually have poor spatial resolution but frequent high spatial resolution but temporal or different type of methods. So the challenge right here is that we are creating massive amount of data. And data is obviously good, but it's good if we can extract useful information out of that. We need to make the best out of that. And then the challenge right here actually in the ND and SHM community is that how we are going to deal with this massive amount of data that we are generating. So one solution that we thought is that we're going to have to try to aggregate, integrate this data and make them reliable, accurate packages for a better decision making. Okay, and that's why we decided. That's why we decided to work on this project and develop an advanced multimodal data-driven ND and SHM framework that can operate on various type of raw data with various spatial and temporal resolution. And more specifically, we decided to address some principal challenges associated with studying the service life of bridge structures, and these are listed here. So one of the issues is that long-term monitoring of bridges is costly. Sometimes it's not doable that you monitor a bridge for 25 or 30 years and collect the data over like this long time span. And this is where we are collaborating with Rutgers and with their actually unique case center to leverage access to the unique data provided by the BEAS facility. I mean, that's a fancy name, BEAS, and it stands for Bridge Evaluation and Structural Testing. And it is a unique facility because it's the first full-scale specimen in the country that is capable of aging or simulating 25 to 30 years lifespan of a bridge in less than a year by exposing the bridge, that specific deck that you can see down there, to actually extensive environmental life and maintenance loading. And that's a 30 by 50, by the way, fit deck. So we are interested in collecting the data. We are now collecting data from this unique specimen. And the other challenges actually is how to deal with the diverse output related to the bridge condition in terms of the data that we're collecting from the SHM and ND and visual inspection methods. And finally, how we can find the synergies between all of these methods. I mean, this is a missing loop. So we are collecting the data, but we don't know the correlation between all of these methods and how they're related to the bridge degradation and remaining service life of the bridge. this is probably a better slide. This is the flow chart, simply shows that where we are heading. So we are collecting data from this business specimen. We are pre-processing, post-processing the SHM, ND, and UAV collected data to create our breach condition assessment platform. And this platform actually includes two main components. One of them is vision-based data, which is based on the data collected by UAVs or drones. And this involves HD image data and also IR data or infrared data. And then, so the next one is actually how to actually work on the standard data provided by ND methods, classical ND methods, to find the synergies between them and also the vision-based data, and then develop recommendations for PennDOT and other relevant agencies. So you can see the task here. So our first task is to collect a high resolution and high temporal data. And I mean, there are tons of data, impact echo, GPR, strain, displacement, I mean, massive amount of data that we are collecting. And more specifically, I mean, this is a federal highway funded project, but upon our request, they're also collecting the UAV data with as I mentioned, with HD cameras and also infrared cameras. And the unique actually part about this UAV data collection is that is the first study that actually evaluates the performance of UAVs over the entire life of a breach, the simulated life. So we don't have something like that out there. And then our goal is actually to develop some recommendations based on what is the most effective SHM or ND technology to actually perform a cost-benefit analysis of this sensing technology, and also the best data collection configurations. I mean, I can also put it this way. So basically, we are interested in actually finding the correlation between different ND methods, the synergy between them, to find the optimal survey frequency, to tell PennDOT actually at what time of year and what breed rating they're going to have to do this specific test. And I guess more important is to compare what we are getting from UAVs compared to what we are getting from a contact or standard ND methods. And we have been already working on all of these aspects. So the project started in December 2019, and as you know, we have a lot of issues due to pandemic. So several occasions we had to pause the process, the data collection process, and then up to now, the breach specimen has been exposed to over 1 million traffic cycles. It's interesting to say that actually that we didn't see deterioration up to about 1,800 cycles. I mean, significant deterioration. And after that, we started also collecting data with UAVs because we could have actually detect something on the bridge. So far, we have had 3 rounds of UAV data collection, and we have already developed our software interfaces. And I will actually show you a picture of what actually this is going to do for us. That's also pretty cool. And it's used for detecting and quantifying cracks, falls, and delamination on bridge decks. And then the other aspects of our work is actually to integrate and fuse multi-resource data coming from the ND methods. And then the last part that we are going to study is visual analytics. I wonder if you have heard about that, but this is a fairly new data interpretation framework, which is based on the science of analytical reasoning, facilitated by these interactive visual interfaces. So I have actually an example in the next slide. This is where we are going to create a 3D reconstruction of any of our bridges with the images that we are collecting with drone, and then we are showing a heat map layer actually that involves different type of layers of damages or deterioration on the system. And then, as actually Julie mentioned, we are so proud of our graduate student Gloria sitting right here. She is the winning of the advanced research through computing. And the exciting point about that is that I was telling these guys that this was a competition among people from computer science, information science, and with strong computing background. And yet, civil engineering winning on a bridge monitoring project, winning such a award, that's pretty amazing. Good job, Gloria. Yeah, and then we have published papers in journals and also conferences. We also presented them at TRB. And application of results, this is also an important part of what we are looking into. So the first thing actually that we developed is the software you can see here. I mean, I don't have time to explain that, but probably we have actually a comprehensive presentation on this. So this is where you collect the data with UAV, you just feed them into your software, which is empowered by deep learning, and you can get actually the percentage of spalling, cracks, and delamination on the bridge. And this is pretty fast, like we have some numbers. So basically, you can scan 1 square feet of a bridge in less than 3 seconds with the normal PC. So for a bridge with 100, for a 100 by 30 feet bridge, so you can detect and quantify the cracks, delamination, and actually spalls in less than 15 minutes, which is pretty good. And this is very important because basically in the PennDOT's condition rating system, you see the table down there. So we have the percentage of delamination and also spawning as a parameter for rating the bridge. So simply you can use that, use actually the outcome of our software interface to create actually the bridge rating. And then on the right side, you also see a 3D reconstruction of the base specimen here. And you see, this is where we are putting different layers of ND data, where you can simply click and you can show the patterns of all of the ND or fuse data here on the left during the lifespan of the bridge. And as I mentioned, the other important aspects of this project is basically we are comparing the UAV collected data with the stationary or classical data collected by contact methods. And it's interesting actually to know that we have already seen some good results from UAVs. I mean, there are, correct me if I'm wrong, they're even better than the standard ND collection methods, which actually was really exciting for me to see. But we are still working on the data. I cannot actually draw a solid conclusion right now, but we are so hopeful. And I guess that's it. Thank you so much. I'll take questions.
All right, thanks. Were there any questions for Amir? All right, and the other thing too is if you do have questions there regarding any of the projects, feel free to reach out to any of the PIs, and if you have some problems getting their emails, just send one to Gary and I will get you in touch with the correct person. So thank you. And moving right along, we have a 10-minute update from Dr. Lev Kazanovich, and this one's on the early opening project that I had mentioned briefly.
Can I hear me? You don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead, and I think they'll.
I think it's best if you.
You can turn your computer microphone off. We've got room like so.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you. Good morning, I'm F. Kazanovich, and I'm giving you your update on the early opening of concrete payment to traffic project. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Lucio Salis and graduate students, Caitlin Kosar, Haran Lee, and several other graduate students who helped on this project. Actually, Caitlin and Haran recently won an international competition on data analysis sponsored by the Federal Highway Administration and American Society of Civil Engineering.
Actually, they got the second place. The first place got a graduate student from MIT. So that's another testimonial of the strength of the payment project program at Pitt. And again, thank you, Arise, for financial support of this great graduate students. On this project, well, what the problem is, we know that the current criteria for early opening were developed in 1990s. They're based on the research conducted on old mixes that are not in use anymore. And these criteria are empirical and sometimes conservative. And there is a need for a more modern mechanistic-based procedures for quantifying the risk of early opening. And that goes into both modeling and the new ways to assess concrete strength of in-place concrete. So this is the task we were supposed to, well, perform on this project, and I'll give you a brief update on what's done. Well, this part of the literature review. So we evaluated the criteria used by various states, and this table presents the criteria recommended by the American Concrete Payment Association. And at that time, 300, 400 flexural strength was considered to be a relatively high strength for early opening. But as you see later, these days it can be achieved in 1 or 2 days. And basically we need to start changing conversation what the early opening mixes are. So under this project, we were supposed to perform laboratory testing. We made cylinders and beams and tested compressive and flexural strength. And thanks to Golden Triangle, we were able to test in place concrete and using paved with 2 mixes, high early strength mix supposed to develop sufficient strength to be for concrete opening in 7 hours, and long life conventional mix. And we measured temperature to calculate maturity. That's traditional non-destructive technique for evaluation of concrete strength. And as you see on this slide in the right lower corner, we measured the shear wave velocity using a relatively new device that employs dry point contact sensors. And this is a touch and go technology, and we can get measurements in a matter of seconds. Some results of this laboratory test, we can see that both maturity and shear wave velocity well correlated with strength development. And you can see that actually shear wave velocity is much better correlated, or slightly better correlated than maturity. And it's not surprised, but because shear waves cannot travel through liquid phase, or more concrete paste solidifies, higher the velocity is. And it's not surprised that after 7 hours, this mix achieved strength much higher than required for traffic opening. But on the second mix, long life mix, even after first day, the flexural strength was greater than 3,000 psi compressive strength, and after 3 and 5 days, it basically more than sufficient to carry any traffic. And again, you can see that the maturity curve was providing pretty good assessment of strength, but shear wave velocity still resulted in much reliable correlation with strength. So basically, you see, especially if, what surprised me, for 3 and 5 days, there was not, for whatever reason, there was not significant increase in compressive strength. But what but shear wave velocity actually shows that the shear waves were very similar either. We don't have good explanation for this, but basically it tells that for whatever reason the strength velocity is not as steady. Sorry, the strength development is not as steady as we think it is. Another very important aspect that we were able to relate is variability. So although the concrete naturally less variability we have in place concrete, and in reality that should be taken into account into our early strength criteria, because it's not enough to achieve an average sufficient strength. It's important that at the weakest point the strength is sufficient, and this non-destructive technique allows us to quantify this variability pretty quickly. So we use this information to develop a mechanistic based model. We were directed by the technical panel not to aim at the simple equation or simple table, but rather develop a mechanistic empirical tool, and we decided to implement it into web-based application. So basically it can be achieved from any location. So the current status that task 1 and 2 are completed, that task 3 is underway, and we developed an alpha version of the web-based tool. We're a little bit behind where we are, and we have several difficulties that we have to address. Well, I can show, well, some of the progress. This is a web-based tool we developed. So basically, user has to specify in certain design features of payment. They have to specify current maturity or Shiva velocity level, specify traffic, and after that, so for whatever reason, my animation does not. Oh yeah, and it's supposed to evaluate initial strength and probability of failure if it's open now, if it's open, let's say, in the next day or in a few hours. This tool still needs to be finalized. We hired a programmer that will help us to not just beautify the tool, but make it more stable. The entire calculation is done on the cloud and can be basically assessed with any device that has a web browser. Another interesting observation we made is that when we compared velocities from in-place concrete and concrete beam measured velocity, we found some discrepancies. Well, we found a simple way to adjust it based on maturity, but at the same time, we would like to develop a little bit more fundamental understanding what's going on. It's possible that there is the way how we measure velocity still on small beams. There is a bouncing of signals from the side, so that needs to be filtered out and adjusted. So that's what we're working on right now. But there are certain early results. For example, the PennDOT and the Federal Highway Administration Mobile Lab got interested in this research, and they decided to measure velocity on several projects in Pennsylvania and around the country and create a database of both strengths and velocities that will help to implement this technology even further. And we hope that when this tool gets implemented, that will allow us to reduce unnecessary construction delays and open payments to traffic earlier without any detrimental effects on long-term performance. That's basically where I am. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Lev. Any thoughts or comments? All right, again, I don't see anything in the chat, but please feel free to reach out to Lev regarding any updates you might want. And if you don't have his contact information, then you can just go through Gary or I to help you out with that. So the next project would be the one that Mark Magalotti is working on, and that's in quantifying value, some of which is these two projects right here, but a couple of other projects as well.
Thank you. I kind of feel like at this point in the meeting, this is sort of like a hockey game, and we've gotten to the first period. You know, after the first period, I'm hoping we do a lot better than the Penguins did after the first period the other day, but we'll see how it goes.
Are we gonna scrum it all more?
We could. Hopefully I won't say anything that will initiate that. But thanks everyone for being here today, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk about my project. And it's a little unique. I was really interested in this when I was given the opportunity to do it because it's gonna. Oh, it's not sharing. Should be.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're good.
I think this is definitely a unique project for iRise and really unique in the research area because it's an opportunity for us to sort of look into the future and say, if these research findings were to be implemented, could we measure the benefits? And obviously, all the funders of iRise want to know what are the potential benefits of the projects that they're funding. And that's what we're trying to do here. And iRise's mission, of course, is to try to develop more durable and long-lasting highway infrastructure, primarily highways and bridges. So I'm going to talk, this project focuses on that. But as we know, in the infrastructure business, benefits can't be realized immediately all the time. So we're really trying to measure things that happen even decades into the future. So it is a bit of a challenge to do this, but we think we are working our way through some ideas on how it can be done, and we're going to apply it to 6 projects. And we're looking at all aspects of infrastructure. So what happens during design? What happens during construction? And probably most importantly, what happens in the future when we have to maintain these highway facilities? Are we improving the maintenance? Are we extending the service life of either the construction or the repairs that are being done? As we've learned also, those are sort of the more immediate, apparent potential benefits of this. But what about environmental impacts? What about sustainability? We're learning that these are a little bit more difficult to measure, but they are important as well. So the project is about developing methodologies because that's a little bit unique. And we learned through the literature review, there really isn't a lot done in this field. Minnesota DOT was probably the only DOT that we were able to find a significant amount of information on how they tried to quantify the benefits of their research program. But we have to develop some methodologies and then we have to apply them. And one of the things that we've learned is the data that's available that creates the baseline of costs and users is important to begin that process. So there's 6 projects that we are evaluating. As Julie mentioned in the beginning, there are 6 of them. 4 of the projects are either just starting or will be starting soon, but there's a lot of work we can do to prepare for the results of those projects. And there's 2 projects that have already been completed. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our preliminary methodology. So we recently had a meeting with our technical advisory committee. We presented to them our methodologies that we want to apply to these 6 projects. We also talked about data. One of the things we've learned here is that we can come up with a great methodology, but if the data is not available to apply that, it's going to be difficult to measure the benefits. Landslide best practices, which we're beginning soon, we're primarily going to be looking at savings to engineering and construction costs by developing best practices that can be implemented more quickly. And more quickly also means user benefits. So we anticipate using the methodology that PennDOT's already developed, which calculates user benefits for liquidated damages. So if we can reduce the construction time, if we can reduce the time that a road is closed due to a landslide, that obviously is a user benefit, and we can also reduce the capital costs for the engineering and the construction costs. So we're probably going to be doing case studies here. We're looking for projects that had road closures for either short periods of time or long periods of time. And we'll be using an already established methodology that PennDOT has developed. Joint design optimization is really about how to extend the service life of a repair that's being made. And this type of project has a lot of construction costs and extension of service life. So we're going to be looking at present worth of these types of repairs. Now, there's a lot of data available through ECMS. PennDOT spends a lot of money every year on joint design optimization, and we're going to be using that data to try to quantify what the annual savings might be if we can develop a method to extend the service life of pavement joints. Surface distress related to pavement marking. This is Lev's project. This project is just starting. This is about longitudinal repairs in concrete pavements. And how can we extend the life of those, but are we reducing the life because of some pavement marking issue, whether that be thermoplastic or paint markings?
Asphalt pavements.
Asphalt pavements as well, you're correct. So we're looking for data on what costs are involved with repair of longitudinal joints in pavements. We'll be waiting for Lev's results to see, is there a relationship between pavement markings, but is it just generally an issue with longitudinal repairs? And how can the service life of those be extended as well? And how do we quantify that? Looking at all the costs and probably through ECMS as well that are being spent to repair longitudinal joints. The Safer Pavement Construction is a safety project. So this is about what types of crashes and injuries occur by people out there on construction sites doing pavement inspection. And if we use some type of remote technology, can we reduce those? So right now we are in the process of trying to find data on crashes that occur, crash history that occurred in work zones due to pavement inspection activities. CAWP has been working with us. PennDOT crash data we're working with as well. It's a very extensive and difficult process to find these crashes. We know that they're out there, but once we do find them, and Lev completes his work on this project as well, is to tell us, are these technologies feasible to eliminate workers being in the construction zone? How many crashes could be eliminated? What might be the value of those crashes? And obviously the improved safety to the workers that are in the construction zones.
Mark, before you go further, then
Yes.
we said this one might be really difficult to get data on.
We're looking for the crashes. They may not, we're going to be contacting all the district safety engineers to see if they can point us to any crashes. We're going to be scanning about 1,300 crashes that have occurred in work zones that PennDOT's been helping us screen to see if we can dig deep into the data and find where these may have occurred. If we don't find many of these crashes, we still think that the assessment will be important. And I've had discussions with Lev about this in terms of the quality of the pavement construction using these remote technologies as well. The ME Design project is about coming up with more efficient designs for pavements to reduce costs. And this will primarily be case studies. So we've put out a call to all of our partners to give us some data on major projects that involve either new construction of concrete pavements or major rehabilitation or widening of highways that have concrete pavements. And we're going to compare the designs between the conventional AASHTO method to the ME Design method, see what the more efficient design may be, and estimate the difference in the construction costs if the more efficient design using the ME method, which is more efficient not only in terms of construction, but also in terms of the design process as well. And then the last project is the material compatibility repair. We've already looked at a lot of ECMS data on this. There's a tremendous amount of money spent every year by PennDOT to repair concrete pavements, partial depth repairs. This particular project is a little interesting because it actually has an increased construction cost, but it creates a longer service life. So we've got to look at the present worth of that particular repair. It may be additional costs up front, but it extends the service life of the particular repair. We're looking for data on what's the current service life of the repair methods that are being used today as well. So we're just starting down this road of developing the methodologies. We've completed the literature review. We've learned a lot about other research centers and how they've tried to quantify the benefits of their research projects. As I mentioned, there's really not a lot out there, and I'm excited because I think we're developing some interesting methodologies. We're in the middle of task B right now, developing these methodologies. We think we pretty much have an idea of what we want to do. However, we'll be talking to the PIs that are, as they're working on their projects, to see and anticipate what type of data is available and what the research results might be. And then in the final task C, we'll be applying those. As I mentioned, we've completed our report for the literature review. Right now, we are getting towards the end of task B. We've put together our plan for the methodologies. We've collected some initial data. We put out a call to all the iRise partners to give us additional data. We're looking for data both in costs of these types of projects, and we're also looking for case studies for particular projects that involved a major cost for things like a landslide repair or perhaps a partial depth concrete repair. So we're going to have a little bit of a pause here. I don't want to say a pause in the project, but as we're assembling the baseline data that assembles the baseline costs for many of these projects, either case studies or ECMS data, we're going to have to wait to get the results of 4 of the 6 projects. But for the 2 projects that have been completed, we can move ahead and start to complete the application of the methodology to quantify the results. So we hope that we'll be coming back next year, maybe at the annual meeting next year, and presenting some of our results.
We'll see if we can find you a slot. All right, thank you, Mark. And yeah, that's it will be really helpful. The other thing that is nice about this project is in some of these projects, since we're doing it concurrently, in finding where the best value is, it adds a little bit maybe of a bit of a direction, or helps define maybe the scope a little bit more as we go through, so that we are hitting things that are going to have benefit and value. All right, so thanks. And the next thing we're going to start off with is projects that are just underway, and the first of which will be the landslides best practices. And we thought, you know, it would be better to do this, outsource this, you know, something that could be done better out of house than within Pitt. And fortunately, we have the great partner in Michael Baker that is just a natural for fulfilling this role. So if you're the PI, could you please provide us with a bit of an update?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. This is Fatma Saloglu. I am Geotechnical Department Manager at Michael Baker, and I will be the principal investigator for this research, landslide best practices. We heard a lot about this from Julie, Dan, and Mark this morning. As most of we know, one of the biggest geotechnical challenges we have in this area is landslide. And till this point, iRise did a lot with the workshop, brainstorming session, and the landslide seminars, but we still have things to accomplish. And I'm going to give a little bit of background how we came to this research idea. About 2 years ago, iRise scheduled a workshop exploring approaches to managing landslide risk. And there was a tremendous attendees, if I recall correctly, almost 120 individuals from 40 organizations from private, public, and government agencies attended in that workshop. And after the workshop, we had a brainstorming session, and we discussed the future research needs and try to develop a platform to share lessons learned and best practices when we are dealing with the landslide problem in our region. And after those 2 events, the need on best practices documents were identified. And we are, as a Michael Baker and iRise, we will be working on that research project next 18 months. And landslide best practices documents will summarize the corrective actions which we can apply to landslide situation with similar characteristics. And this manual will allow our government agencies to use their funds more effectively. And when I say corrective actions, I'm talking about the remedial measures to slow down the progression of the landslides, and the maintenance and design and construction of the repairs for landslides. Our project objective is compile a document, summarize all the best practices for landslides. And basically, the first session, the first goal we have is identify and classify all the type of landslides we have in our regions. It will include the rock falls, typical landslides, and soil creep. And this part is not our major goal. This is mostly done, and what we will be doing, we will be providing an overview of the work already done. So our focus will be mainly on developing corrective actions and creating some guidelines for the repair options for each type of landslides. And the other goal we have is looking at the design procedure and the permitting process we have, and identify the areas where we can make some improvements when it comes to current design and permitting process. Project approach. How we are going to handle this? As I mentioned, we are going to relying on existing tools and elements we currently have, and we will build on those elements and tools. And we will identify the areas where we are lacking some pieces, and maybe there are some unclear areas. So we will be making enhancement on the existing tools and elements. And we will also look into a long-term reliable design approaches, including innovative construction methods, new materials that we can implement moving forward for landslide repair, construction, and design. And that will allow us to create more resilient infrastructure system. And we will also look outside our region. As I mentioned, our focus is our region, Southwestern Pennsylvania. But when we are looking into the repair option, innovative construction methods, new materials, emerging technologies, we are not gonna stick to our region. We will go beyond our region. We will look other part of the country as well as overseas, and we will bring those forthcoming emerging technologies to our area. And all these things will be discussed in our manual. And the other item is we are gonna try to make some distinction about acceptable consequences and tailor the solution to the target audience. What that means, we are gonna look at the repair history. We are gonna look at the frequency of the failure, frequency of the repair. Some cases we do fix a slide, and 5 years from the fix, the landslide happen again. So all these things need to be considered when we are coming up with a solution for that target audience and for that site. So we will be looking at the repeatable, repeat history, frequency of the failure, the budget our client has, and the impact to the residents, and all other items to tailor the solution. And our final deliverable is the best practices document. But before submitting the final document, we will have quarterly submissions as well to IRI's steering committee and our project panel. That will be the quarterly working phase of the manual. And that manual will be reviewed by our committee and the project panel. And there will be some feedback, review process, and a presentation. And that will definitely help us to stay on the target and create a manual can be implemented by everyone. And the schedule, this research just started this month, and we are anticipating 18 months for the completion of this study. And we are planning to finish the manual by November 2022. Right now, we are developing a detailed table of content, and we will be sharing this table of content with the project panel and the IRI steering committee. I think this is the most critical step for us. Table of content will be the bone of this manual, and we want to make sure we are getting feedback and the review from key stakeholders in our region. And at the same time, we are developing the project panel for this research. And at this point, we do have, I believe, 2 members from a couple organizations in this area, but please feel free to reach out to Julie or Gary if you want to serve in this project panel. We want to make sure we have a representative from key private government and public agencies in this project panel. An application of this research result, this is going to be a region-specific best practices document, and we are targeting geotechnical practitioners and geologists. They are dealing with these geotechnical challenges every day and trying to minimize the adverse impact of landslides in our infrastructure. Basically, this best practices manual will add value and benefit to other regions as well, since we are not going to limit ourselves only to this region when it comes to bringing new innovations, new material, construction methods, and repair design. So we are hoping this manual will add some value to other agencies and other regions. And the key is we are hoping to develop a guiding principle for designers and construction companies to use for developing a landslide repair at right size, doing right thing and right time. So that's our motivation. So that's all I have today, and I can welcome any questions.
If I can. The request for the panel members, Cheryl and Bill, I'm pretty sure it went to the Brian Wall in headquarters. I'm sure Brian wouldn't mind if you wanted to respond to me directly with your panel, people that you'd like to participate on the technical panel for this project. We'd appreciate it.
Oh, we did.
Not the panel, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I probably know who. you
Yeah,
put
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Same folks that have been. All right, thanks. We're really excited to have you working on this project, so.
Well, I haven't been with an agency. I do. If you feel the weight of the world on your shoulders, it's there because everybody's very anxious for these results. I guess what I would say as you go through this project panel, any findings, especially in the research that you think are immediately applicable, would be helpful to share with folks because it's just an issue.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, and we can always, schedule a big Zoom for a broad group if you want to send that information out more readily. So just let us know. And
Yeah,
we can
table
work
of
with you.
content will be ready soon, so I would like to share that with the IRISE committee members and the project panel members. The feedback will be very valuable. As I mentioned, that table of content will be the bone of the manual. If we get feedback early on, that will help us to create the best value from this project. So important the contribution of these key agencies to this project panel is very important.
Great. Yeah, as you can tell, there's a lot of interest in this area, which of course is fun. And then as Dan mentioned, it makes needs for heavy burden, but we're glad you're helping us out with this. We're excited to see what comes out of it. So the next thing, moving right along, we have Lucio, and he introduced himself as a postdoc, but really he's a faculty member in Brazil. So he's a professor that's been, we're really happy to have him. He came to work with the pavement group here, and Lev was able to lure him here and help us out with a lot of the pavement issues we've been facing. So thanks for coming and joining us with Pitt for this day here. And he's going to be working with Lev on a couple of these projects and helping lead the way. So if you could share that with us, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity of being here. And I'm going to talk about two projects that we just started. The first one is this remote control technology assessment for safer pavement construction, and QATC is our first initiative on the construction safety area. And we're very excited to start this area with IRISE. The research presentation a little bit late. Oh, wait, okay, okay. The research project, the research problem that we're trying to address is a specific part of construction safety. We know that a lot of our pavements activities and pavement construction inspection require the work to be at the construction site. Also, our work zones, they're kind of limited in a space, and that causes a lot of interaction between the workers with construction equipment and with passing traffic, and that can cause that increases the potential for accidents. The idea that we have to help solve this issue is to come up with a solution where some of these activities, activities in construction or inspection, they don't need they can be done from a safer distance. And we have recent developments in drone robotics and AI and other remote control related areas. This is something that has been done a lot for the mining industry and the military industry, and finally the construction industry is catching up. And then we have these opportunities to develop this safer pavement inspection and construction while maintaining productivity and being cost effective as well. And so the project objectives that we have, we will identify and review this new and emerging technology. There it is. Identify and review this technology, and that's what the part of the tech scan of the project. So a tech scan, what it does is, instead of you developing a research project from scratch, you look around and see what other people are doing, and you gather that information, and if you see if that is applicable for what Arise is doing for what our members want. And then you can immediately implement this technology, provide recommendations or adaptations for it, and start using if that makes sense to us. So the project approach is that we're going to develop this tech scan. We're going to look at this remote control technology. We're going to review it. And we're going to say what is ready for implementation right now. What if that's interesting for our Arise members, what can you start using immediately? And then we're going to develop, of course, recommendations for that. And what needs further adaptation or development. We're also going to promote technology transfer workshops so that the vendors and researchers that are developing these technologies can come and show their product to us. And we're going to provide recommendations for the implementation of these technologies and whatever needs to be changed regarding to training or regarding to specs that will be affected by them. The project just started on April 1st. We had our first technical panel meeting. We are fully active on identifying these technologies, and we are looking at other DOTs, what they are doing, other research institutions as well. We are also looking at companies that work with robotics and other remote control technology that are not really, some of them are starting to get in the construction industry. So we are in contact with them as well, see if they have anything interesting for us. And we also need we're also going to collect the Arise members' input. You will receive this survey in the upcoming weeks, and please forward that to anybody you see fit. And basically, we're trying to prioritize our search. We're gonna ask two main questions, and the first one will be what areas of construction. Pavement construction and inspection do you think would benefit for this remote controlled approach? Of course, we cannot do everything remotely, but some areas we can start to develop this. And if you do know any technology that is already there that you know about or you're interested in, please let us know, because that will help us prioritize what we should be looking at. The application of the research results, obviously, from a point of pavement safety, if you have that worker doing his job from a safer distance, that's a big benefit. If you can remove him from harm's way. while also maintaining or even increasing productivity. We are looking at some devices for pavement inspection that they they promised even an increase in productivity and quality of the inspection. And of course, the direct implementation of these technologies without the need for the complete development of the technology. So the technology is ready, and we can just start using it if that makes sense for us. And for the tech scan, for the construction safety tech scan, that's what I had to present. We just started the project, and I will be happy to take any questions or comments, suggestions.
So I have a question.
Yes.
And this came up during the panel discussion on my project. Are these technologies that will use the existing testing methods but be controlled remotely, or will these be actually new technologies that establish the material properties and are controlled remotely? The question was, are we looking at new testing methods or just simply testing remotely using established methods to test material properties?
Yeah, I would say that both. We are looking at the same, for example, the same inspection that can be done remotely, and we are also looking at new technologies that can change the way they do the work.
Okay, thank you.
I do think it's going to be interesting. We had this conversation a year and a half ago. Probably a lot more reluctancy to think kind of in this realm with the pandemic, things that we did in Turnpike and trying to, social distancing a lot more, from that perspective. It'd be interesting to see what you get. I think you're going to see a lot more open-mindedness, a lot more stuff that's out there that's applicable over time.
Yeah.
Forward to see what comes out of it. And
Yes.
again, the other part of it is the safety side that you're looking.
Yes, for sure. We are seeing like a lot of interest and apparently their research has been focused quite recently in these areas due to the pandemic.
All right, great, thanks. And you have one more, right, Lucio?
Yes.
And we're a little bit behind, so I'm sorry. Not a lot of opportunities for questions, but as we if you have added input, definitely please reach out to us through email or especially those of you that aren't online that don't have the opportunity to say much.
Okay, and the second project is the preliminary evaluation of pavement surfaces distresses that are related to pavement markings. And this project came to us from reports from a brainstorm session that we had for our RISE in 2019, where we had reports of distresses happening along or under or around the pavement marking. And pavement research on those two areas, pavement distress and pavement markings, looking at markings, durability, retroreflectivity, they're very well-established areas, but they usually don't communicate as well. And we went and we looked at other reports, so we can find that the literature is very limited in this interaction between a surface distress happening right at the pavement marking. We found some similar issues. For example, these are some figures from the Utah DOT, and you can see that there you have the marking and the distress happening exactly at the marking point. They didn't provide exactly what, they came up with some hypotheses of what was going on, but they didn't went much in depth on the issue. The majority of these problems that we found from other reports are from asphalt pavements. We could only find one issue with concrete pavements, but that was a very specific project in Oklahoma. They had issues with the type of marking and with an aggregate that they were using in the concrete mix. The majority of them happen in asphalt pavements. There are some possible causes for this. Poor asphalt compaction near the longitudinal joint, as we know, that's a big problem for asphalt pavement. Trapped moisture under the marking. This is a huge problem for building construction. Differences in surface temperature between the marking and the pavement. There is a significant difference in temperature there. And also the relationship between the marking material and the surface type that we have. A marking material is part of technology that evolves pretty quickly. You usually have new materials coming in, and we don't have much information on how they relate to the surface that they're being applied. So we have this hypothesis of what's the causes of this problem, but we don't know yet, and that's what we're trying to investigate. So the objectives of the project is to investigate this problem, this surface deterioration that is happening on the marking or close to the marking, and develop approaches to mitigate the issues once we found them. The approach of the project, first we're going to identify these sections presenting distresses. Here are some examples from a PennDOT memo from 2018, where you have the distresses clearly happening at the marking, either the skip line or a transverse marking. We are going to visit these sections, conduct non-destructive testing on them, and then do finite element modeling of what we find in the field, so we can see better what's going on in identifying this distress mechanism. The project just started again as on April 1st. We have a first technical panel meeting. We are conducting literature review. As I said, literature review is very limited in this area, but we're also looking at the main types of marking materials that we use here in Pennsylvania, and how does that relate to the surface that we apply these markings. And I would like to take the opportunity here to, if you know of any of the sections that are presenting these problems, please let us know. We are now identifying and locating. We have some sections already identified, and we are planning visits to that, to them. And if anybody on your team knows of any other sections, please let us know. And I mean, the application of the research results are pretty straightforward. If we do identify these issues, we're going to propose ideas for mitigation for future design and construction. And if applicable, we're going to also provide rehabilitation strategies for the sections that are presenting these issues.
Can you go back to the slide with your email on it, please?
Yes, just a second. That's And that's what I had for this project. As I said, we are identifying, locating these sections, and we are soon going to be visiting them to start testing on.
Great, thanks. Anybody have anything quick for Lucio? All right, great, thanks.
Thank you.
And I guess we have then the next thing is just to give you a quick update on some projects that will be underway soon. They will start, we're hoping fall, but you see Brian working as we're speaking and getting things done and pushing things through. So who knows, maybe it'll be sooner. But those next two projects will be the joint design optimization, which I'll be working on and we'll provide the update for, and then Steve will get back on and talk a little bit about the material compatible repair. And since I got us behind a little bit, I'm going to be responsible for getting us back on track. So this, again, joint design optimization, Bill had brought up a while back about the joints, and then also Chuck was like, we just need to make sure our joints are lasting. You know, they can be the Achilles if we don't pay attention to them. And so that was kind of the initiative behind this project. And the idea is just that to get long-term performance of our payments, we need long-term performance of the joints with minimal maintenance activities, as Bill is always saying, you know, do you actually get out there and reseal, and should we be considering these factors up front? But there's other aspects. Load transfer is a big one, and we have these new long life dowels, but we don't account for that in the design process. So if we can incorporate that as well. The thing is with joints in general, we typically design each of these elements individually, whether it's the joint reservoir, the dowels, but it's really a system. and how these interact together. So we're going to try to take a more holistic approach and to try to address these issues so that we can get some better long-term performing joints that will give us 60 years without having to go back and play with them. So the systems approach is what we're doing. Again, we'll focus on the sealant issue. Recently, Lydia's online here, and we've been talking about she has a survey to send out, which hopefully we can incorporate in as part of this as well. Working together some information, and from what I understand, we were focusing before, the thought was on long-term, but I think there's some early performance issues too that need to be looked at. So the good thing is there's communication there, and we're working synergistically together, even though the project hasn't quite started yet. And again, the next component will be focusing on corrosion resistance to get what we need out of the dowel bar. So the literature review will be, we'll start out with that, and that's not just collecting on what everybody's doing. Some of you might know Minnesota's done a lot with looking at how their joints perform and the different factors that have affected that and how these interact together. So these separate elements of the joint. So we'll be learning for a little bit about what they've done. The literature will also look at data that we have in state. So we'll be reaching out to the PennDOT, the Turnpikes, the county for information on how your pavements are performing specific with respect to the joints. And then we will evaluate what's going on. The criteria for joint design has been around forever. You just way back in the Stone Ages. So it's a good time to kind of reevaluate how we design, what materials we're using for these sealants, and how we might be able to better design for what we have, or maybe look at some additional materials that haven't been used historically. So that's, again, a short summary of what we're all about. The schedule hopefully will start in August, maybe a little bit sooner, depending on when the funding comes through. And it'll be about 2 years from the time we start. So a quick summary of something to come. We'll be reaching out to everybody. We haven't done the panel quite yet. We've circulated it through the proposed work through the districts, and I think Chuck has seen it as well. But we'll be getting more input as the project starts and we assemble our panel. So if you're interested, let me know. If you know of anything going on in this area, please reach out to me with that information. So, the next thing we have done.
Real quick.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know what Chuck's thoughts are. Obviously, we just put a lot of concrete down on Southern Beltway.
Yep.
We get Concrete Association involved. That seems to be what I get confused. They seem to make a lot of changes on the fly when we're trying to actually bid a project and design a project. So I think somehow they need to be talked to or brought into this discussion. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, we have been. I mean, we don't, we take this back and talk to them.
Because again, they're trying to make changes here mid-fly.
On the sealant design? Or
On the concrete joint design,
the reservoir and all that?
yeah. It's very confusing. So I just, it seems to always be, we typically go to them.
Yep.
Get some insights, and then again, they want to make changes after we bid projects. It's always a little difficult to work with contractors when things have already been bid. Obviously, I have one Fayetteville, there's going to be a concrete highway as well. So again, I'm very interested in knowing how this plays out and maybe have the vehicle.
Okay, that's a great point too. You're right. Get everybody involved. You will be happy to know. So John has been involved in the development of this initial survey. So he and Lydia have been working together, facing or looking at the joint sealant. But we'll definitely keep them in the loop too as the project progresses. One, because if other people are contributing in that area, we want to make sure that it's a coherent effort, and we're all kind of not duplicating but working together on it. But so far, and again, the project hasn't started, but the survey has been going back and forth through John and Lydia, and I think there's a task panel that is working on that, which I think industry is involved in, if I'm correct. So, yeah, that's it. That's a good point, and that's our hope in general, right? With iRise, to make sure that everybody is on board and in communicating, and I will specifically be diligent on this. Anything else? All right, great. So the last update is Steve, again, remote, dialing in, and here he is.
Thanks, Julie. Here to bookend the discussion this morning with the material compatible repair evaluation. So yeah, I want to thank Julie. This is a follow-on project that we had. There we go. You guys still hear me all right? It cut out on me for a second.
Yep, you're good now, Steve. You have been cutting out, but you're good now. Or you're not. All right, you know what? Maybe what we'll do is, do we have Steve's presentation?
I have
Are you back?
I think I'm back.
Okay, so maybe Steve, go ahead and if we have any issues, we can always maybe do it from here since Lev is involved and I am as well, but that'd be great. So I think you're set now.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. Zoom just shut down and then pulled me right back in. So it's always something. But yeah, just to kind of update everybody on the research problem, premature failures and partial depth repairs, I think we all acknowledge are an issue. You know, it's a combination of many things that can go wrong, from construction practices to the actual materials we're putting in there. You know, so whether we're not curing them properly, insufficient consolidation, you know, not ensuring we're achieving adequate bond from the construction side, or having incompatible issues with the material itself. The repair material not deforming uniformly with the existing pavements, also an issue. And that was one of the things that we looked at in, you know, kind of in the previous iRise project that we had looked at. And so not having sufficient thermal expansion characteristics, not having the same stiffness compatibility between those materials, and also having excessive shrinkage or problems that we wanted to investigate and have. So our goal in this project is to assess partial depth repair performance using the results from the previous project that we had by going out and actually doing a field project. So we want to actually develop and formulate a material compatible repair for the given project that we will identify and compare that to a standard repair material. And then do a couple year evaluation on the, basically evaluate the different repairs and how they're performing through time to see if we can see any kind of benefit or improvement in performance characteristics by implementing this change. We also want to take and investigate the ability of ultrasonic tomography. Lev's going to be bringing in Mira to see how that can help us in evaluating the actual repair areas necessary for the project, comparing that to existing techniques like sounding to evaluate both the width and depth necessary for the partial depth repairs before placement, and then also coming back and evaluating them as we do visually to evaluate the bond condition that's being observed after placement, and to also aid us in the evaluation as we go on in time. So in looking at developing a performance engineered repair mixture, one of the things that's very important is to identify the thermal expansion coefficient of the existing concrete. So then that we can identify an aggregate source and repair material that will be able to expand and contract similarly to the existing concrete. And then we also want to make sure that we're using the appropriate materials when we're proportioning out that repair material to minimize drying shrinkage and make sure we're still meeting strength and durability requirements. And so looking at the project approach, first step's going to be finding and evaluating, getting a project that's a good suitable candidate for this. We've been in discussions back and forth already, even though the project's not quite underway. And then the process will involve evaluating that existing project, identifying what's out there already, taking cores and doing the forework to make sure we have a material compatible repair in place. And then going through the process of the construction, identifying different locations to do both the material compatible repair placement along with the traditional material, and then monitor that out in time, along with the work we're doing with the MIRA ultrasonic tomography testing to make sure that we're adequately defining the repair area, and then also aiding us in monitoring it through time. And then kind of bring that all together in a report itself. Like I said, the goal of the material compatible repair is to ensure that what we're actually putting in there is going to act and deform and behave similarly to the existing concrete, making sure we have similar stiffness, similar coefficient thermal expansion, and minimizing the shrinkage. And so this project will be underway soon. Like I said, we're hopefully getting and gearing up towards this fall, looking to implement those results from the year one iRise project. So I'll take any questions if you got them. I don't want to keep anybody from lunch. I can stick around and chat while you guys are eating as well. So I want to thank everybody for their time and listening. Sorry for the technical blip right at the beginning there, but hopefully everything came across. And yeah, I guess I'll let everybody go eat if nobody has any questions.
I just have a comment real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Last week, the Port Authority put out a project with 21,000 square feet of concrete plinth repairs in the tunnel, the light rail system. And we've done these over the years. It's scary because frankly, 40 years ago when I was at Pitt, like these people over here, for 2 summers, I was in charge of spall repairs on Interstate 80. And we didn't know what we were doing then, and we still don't know what we're doing. They still don't work after 40 years. So it might behoove the iRise to maybe contact the Port Authority and maybe get their nose in that a little bit, because it's kind of scary. Those plinths, I think they're 15-inch wide and they vary in depth. I recall from like 9 to 12 or 14 inches, and they really get beat up. And if they're going to just do spall repairs on them, I can imagine that could result in a real problem.
Great, okay, thanks, Chuck. Great. And also I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Rich. For those of you that don't know Rich McCarthy, he's heading up the CAWP. Has worked with us a lot in the safety aspects that we're working on, and hosted, of course, today. So thanks a lot, Rich. We really appreciate your generosity in hosting us today. And
not a problem. Thanks for being here.
Really, really nice. All right, so with that, I'm going to let you go. Lunch is out there. The secretary will be joining us at 12:40. So if you could please find your way back at 12:35, that'd be great. And I think we're just right out here, right? Thanks again to everybody joining us. Really nice that we have the opportunity to have the secretary with us today. Really appreciate the time she gave us a few weeks back, and then again today to join us for this. Secretary Mannion earned her bachelor's and MS just about 45 miles up the road from where I earned mine. She received hers at the University of Michigan, and then after she achieved that, she then completed the Tuck Management Training Program at Dartmouth, which is impressive as well. She's a professional engineer licensed in several states, has over 30 years of experience in operations design and management of transportation infrastructure. And this includes not only highways, but also tolling, bridge, railroad projects. So she brings experience as an engineer, but also as a former senior vice president and business development director, where in this role, she was responsible for the growth and operation of several companies. And then after acting as secretary for 5 months, she became the secretary, again, amid COVID. So during a very challenging time, and this was last May, I guess, and she was unanimously confirmed by the Senate, which speaks volumes, right? How often do you get the Senate to agree on anything? So that speaks a lot to her as well. So we'd like to thank the Secretary again for joining us today and look forward to what she has to share with us. Is she sharing now?
She's able to share with.
Okay, great. Yep, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of the iRISE annual meeting. PennDOT is so proud to be part of this consortium along with our colleagues at Pennsylvania Turnpike, Allegheny County, Baker Engineering, Baker International, Golden Triangle Construction, the Constructors Association of Western PA, and FHWA. Through collaboration of all partners, we identified and removed obstacles from the earliest stages of R&D, creating the path to deployment and implementation of important innovations, and collective experience and expertise of academia, the public sector, and private sector can always identify challenges faster and address them earlier in the process. Also, this collaboration can create efficiency, can eliminate rework and the potential for future delays, therefore resulting in improved value to the public, to the traveling public. I was asked to discuss PennDOT's approach to innovation as part of my remarks today, as well as our research priorities related to infrastructure durability and resiliency, which is one of the research projects of iRISE. As you know, innovation is one of my top priorities as secretary, and it's at the forefront of everything at PennDOT, especially considering Pennsylvania's limited transportation funding resources and just the sheer size of the state and the diversity of it. Applying safer and more efficient, more sustainable approaches to address our transportation challenges today and in the future requires diligent attention across the department. Responding to the changing needs of our citizens and our economic engines also requires a nimbleness that can only be acquired through embracing new and rapidly developing technologies, along with a careful review of best practices. I've been so impressed by the agility and creativity and innovativeness with which PennDOT and our industry partners have pivoted to meet new, unprecedented circumstances and conditions over the past year. And thanks to the energy and creativity of our teams, we've been able to continue modernizing our business, even as we navigate during pandemic. As you know, digital signatures and seals on the plan was one of the very early on action in support of the consultants' design work. Our vision is by 2025, construction projects will be bid using a 3D technology and no longer be in a traditional construction plan format. We've already made great advancements in public involvement, and our digital delivery directive will further enhance these efforts. We've also created new virtual materials testing policies that we will continue to refine and advance as we move forward. We're leveraging VR technology. We will hand the public goggles and let them test drive the project rather than trying to read a plan set. Augmented reality will also be piloted this year for use in design field activities, bridge inspection, and construction projects. This technology will allow us to visualize model elements, construction sequencing or elements, dimensions, and more in the real world settings. We're also exploring the use of drones for construction inspection and bridge inspection, survey work, incident management, and traffic and project sequencing. On our construction sites, we're eliminating the need for paper tickets. We've done that. And increasing efficiencies through e-ticketing for contractor payment. And we've continued to make progress in the automated vehicle realm. We updated our automated vehicle testing guidance in September Also, a law was passed last year to allow personal delivery devices, or PDDs, to operate in Pennsylvania. PDDs are autonomous delivery devices that operate on the shoulder of a roadway and within pedestrian areas such as sidewalks and crosswalks. And given the current global health crisis, PDDs offer an opportunity to supplement an already strained supply chain and allow for an additional form of contactless delivery. However, these devices will be operating with multimodal transportation system. The cars, the bikers, the pedestrian, and it's imperative that we ensure that these devices do not operate in a manner that will jeopardize the safety and mobility of the public. So we're working closely with the companies on policies to help ensure the safe operation of these devices. We also received an $8.4 billion grant from FHWA last year that will be put towards developing a consistent approach for integrating automated vehicles into the work zone areas. We're also using automation to keep our own workers and our partners in the contracting community safe in the work zones. Along with Pennsylvania Turnpike and State Police, last year we launched a 5-year pilot for the automated work zone speed enforcement program. With portable units in active work zones, through the use of cameras and radars, citations will be issued to vehicles going 11 miles per hour or more over the posted speed limit. The goals of this program is reducing work zone speeds, changing drivers' behavior, and improving work zone safety for both workers and motorists. And data shows nearly a 17% reduction in the percentage of the vehicles traveling over the posted work zone speed limit and a 44% reduction in the percentage of the vehicles excessively speeding. This is 11 miles per hour or more over the posted work zone speed limit. So we're very pleased about the results that we've been seeing. Most important data and the result of this program is that the overall work zone crashes in Pennsylvania were down 19% in 2020. So now let's talk about PennDOT's priorities when it comes to durability and resiliency. And I know when it comes to durability, we as civil engineering professionals must adapt to the environment with appropriate design, construction, and maintenance standards and practices. All three are very important in our practices. The decisions made during the design process affect the long-term maintenance of our assets, and we must maintain them for now 50 to 100 years. And to that end, we have updated bridge standards from a 50-year life cycle or service life to a 100-year service life. The bridge engineers at PennDOT are looking forward to the durability results of the ongoing study with Rutgers, using information from the bridge evaluation and accelerated structural testing, also known as BEAST. With the adoption of polyester polymer concrete, also known as PPC overlays from PennDOT's Rapid Bridge Replacement Project, there's also potential for research into composite action between the PPC and the bridge deck, similar to the research that Dr. Harris right here at Pittsburgh has performed on composite action of the latex overlays. Another potential project is the evaluation of time effects on bond strength characteristics of epoxy overlays. We should also be looking into overlays for pavements instead of total depth reconstruction, which costs a lot of money, and what goes into our decision making on the type of overlay that is used in each situation. So when considering resiliency, there are so many external factors that can affect our assets. There is landslides, there is fire, there's impacts of barges and overheight vehicles, and of course the primary hazard which is excessive rainfall and resulting flooding. Each of these hazards is an opportunity to perform research to assist the transportation asset owners in Pennsylvania. We're primarily focused on research that can be deployed hopefully in near term. Regarding landslides, the landslide workshop in 2019 identified issues and potential solutions that could be developed, like a consistent risk assessment system, best practice manual, and new construction standards, of course. We've updated standards to account for more frequent overweight permit vehicles, as well as design standards for scour to ensure survival due to a 500-year flood event exists. Similarly, we have designed requirements for long life pavements, but there are emerging issues that need to be addressed in that area. We have some exciting ongoing research, I should say, with PIT on data mining of structural health monitoring and corrosion repair strategies for steel bridges using high performance and traditional materials. The work that iRise is doing is so important, and we look forward to ways to make our aging infrastructure as resilient and durable as possible, especially in the face of ongoing funding challenges. So on the subject of funding, funding may be the most significant challenge that we're currently faced. Many of you have heard me saying many times that we are facing urgent, significant funding issues, both for highways and multimodal, and we need to tackle it now. There is currently an annual unmet funding need of $8.1 billion for Pennsylvania's entire highway and bridge system. There is a $1.9 billion annual unmet need just to keep the interstate and national highway system in a state of good repair. And if we wanted to modernize our system, our interstate system and national highways, we need an additional $2.1 to $3.2 billion on an annual level. It's huge. We have significant needs on our system, particularly interstates and non-interstate expressways. PennDOT has recently been forced to direct more funding toward our aging interstates and at the expense of our local and regional state highway projects. And of course, COVID-19 has also impacted our funding for highways and bridges. PennDOT receives 74% of its highway and bridge funding from state and federal gas taxes. And due to major traffic reduction in early days of the pandemic, we lost a significant amount of revenue. We've already lost over $500 million. Last year, we came incredibly close to shutting down active highway and bridge construction projects for the remainder of the fiscal year. We did receive $407 million in federal COVID relief funds that will be used to help cover state revenue gaps in our construction program. We had to reduce our maintenance program by over $200 million since the beginning of COVID. And while these fundings that we receive from the federal government are definitely helpful, they won't cover all of the construction needs of Pennsylvania's roads and bridges. Thankfully, traffic volumes are coming back, but that revenue that I spoke about is gone for good. And even before the pandemic, we knew that our funding issues were significant. We are dependent on a 20th century funding mechanism, which is gas tax, to support 21st century transportation needs. We can no longer rely on the gas tax to meet our highway and bridge needs. And on top of that, the federal government, as you know, hasn't made a significant investment since 1993. Our challenge now is transitioning from reliance on the gas tax, raising enough revenue to address our aging infrastructure. As our needs continue to grow and significant risks to existing revenue are identified, it is our responsibility as a public agency to look to alternative means of funding that are emerging across the nation. Last fall, I established the Alternative Funding Office, and we launched a new program called PennDOT Pathways. Through this program, we're analyzing new future-focused sources of funding for our transportation system that could better serve our communities and all Pennsylvanians for the next generation. And as part of Pathways, we completed a planning and environmental linkages, also known as a PEL study. And in this study, the PEL study, we evaluated potential funding solutions and identifying which ones could be used in the near and long term, and which part of the state, to help build a stable and dedicated transportation funding for Pennsylvania. One of the early findings of the PEL study is that tolling of major bridges is a viable near-term solution to funding their reconstruction or replacement. And to advance this funding alternative, PennDOT is simultaneously pursuing the first initiative of the PennDOT Pathways program, and it's called the Major Bridge P3 Initiative. And in November of 2020, PennDOT received approval from the P3 board to implement bridge tolling through the Major Bridge P3 Initiative. And through the P3 model, PennDOT can leverage private investment to rebuild critical bridges during a period with historically low interest rates and a favorable labor market. So in February, we announced that we are considering 9 candidate bridges for tolling through the Major Bridge P3 Initiative. And over the next year, PennDOT will evaluate these candidate bridges through individual environmental documents being prepared, also known as NEPA process, to evaluate for each bridge. Each project will advance with an evaluation on the impacts of tolling in the community, including impacts to minority and low-income populations, as well as impacts to traffic diversion. Bridge tolling can provide the fundings to repair or replace costly bridges without using PennDOT's current funding, which in turn allows those funds to be used for other roadway maintenance, operation, and improvement projects. Without the P3 initiative, in order for these bridges to occur, or for the construction of them to occur, funding would be pulled from our interstate projects, and the districts would have to continue spending significant maintenance dollars to keep up with the state of good repair of these projects. And these are the monies that can, these are the money that can be used towards paving, pothole repairs, and other maintenance activities. The P3 Bridge Initiative provides the funding mechanism to deliver these programs, as I just talked about. In addition, this is in addition to the traditional program. And on March 12th, Governor Wolf signed an executive order establishing the Transportation Revenue Option Commissions, or TROC, which will develop comprehensive funding recommendations for Pennsylvania's large and aging infrastructure. This commission includes folks from all transportation modes in both the public and the private sector. We've had great conversations so far, and I'm very excited and looking forward to continue that dialogue as we move forward. The TROC's recommendation or recommendations are due to Governor Wolf by August 1st. And I also wanted to share that we are encouraged that President Biden has made infrastructure investment a priority for his administration. We're honored that he chose to announce the American Jobs Plan in Pennsylvania and are encouraged by the breadth and depth of the plan. We're glad to see that the plan focuses not only on improving infrastructure assets and increasing mobility, but also on safety, environmental sustainability, and equitable access across all modes and in both urban and rural settings. While we don't know details on how much federal funding could potentially come to Pennsylvania or the mechanism by which we would receive it, we certainly have projects on our 12-year plan that would benefit from additional federal funding to help our state and local dollars go farther. Additionally, late last week, a key step on surface transportation reauthorization was taken with the Senate Environmental and Public Works Committee. EPW released a 5-year bipartisan highway bill titled Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act of 2021. This bill is led by EPW Chairman Tom Carper from Delaware, who's the ranking member, and Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia. This bill provides $303.5 billion in total highway funding from fiscal year 2022 to 2026. It's a 22% increase from the inflation-adjusted baseline under the current extension of the FAST Act. It certainly is a very exciting period in our history for our industry. And we're very excited about all these activities that are being taken at the federal level. We look forward to continuing conversations around all potential federal funding, and we are there to support them any way we can. We all know that investment in transportation has historically paid for itself many times over in jobs, greater prosperity, and thriving communities. Thank you all for all you do in support of transportation in Pennsylvania. And thank you again for inviting me to join you today.
Thank you very much for joining us and all that great information. Do you have time for a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay, great, thanks. Does anybody have questions either online or in the room? No. How's the chat going there? I guess maybe if I could ask a question, I know you had talked about resilience and durability, which are great issues that we're trying to help with as well. And I was also wondering with respect to sustainability, and I know I was just talking to Brad Heigl and how they're trying to incorporate that into the turnpike process. And I was wondering if there are thoughts on that with respect to how PennDOT might be adapting things in that area.
In reference to resiliency you mentioned, I'm sorry, I was having a tough time hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that maybe I'm too far away from a mic, but yeah, no, you had mentioned resiliency, and I was wondering with respect to sustainability, and I think you had mentioned long life pavements as one component that might be a part of.
Yeah, so as we're looking into best practices, and as you know, we're very keen on innovation, and we always like to look into new ways of doing things. And also we reach out to a lot of peer agencies, I should say, on the best practices in other states and how they're dealing with the resiliency as well as sustainability in many areas. Definitely interested in making sure that all the design work that we are putting in place and the practices and the guidelines meet the 50-year and 100-year design life for our assets. This is extremely important to us as we're moving forward to reduce the maintenance costs as well as making sure that the assets last for a long time. So that's always being evaluated, whether it's for brand new structures, bridges we are designing, or whether it's new scour details that we are evaluating, and protection of the scours in front of the abutments. As you know, we have had significant issues with the flooding at the structures, even the newly built structures. However, I have to say part of the challenge that we are faced is beyond our control, and some of the data that we use that will create a baseline for our standards and the new designs of the new structures, they're outdated. I mean, in the case of the data that we receive from FEMA and the floodplains, it's really time to update and upgrade some of those data to make sure it's consistent with the current climate condition. So we've actually raised that concern, and we have ongoing discussions with our partners, FHWA, about that. And how do we need to address some of those challenges, or the baseline that we've created where we actually design our new infrastructures and assets should be updated as well. So that's one area. Of course, when it comes to flooding and making sure that we keep track of the existing infrastructures that we have. And when there is a flood coming in, we have all the information, what kind of measures we need to put in place for protecting some of our assets. That's another area that we're looking into, to do some preventive work, obviously, of the damages to our assets when we expect some of these 500-year flood, 100-year flood, or the type of floods that our infrastructures have not been designed for. So these are some of the actions that we are taking.
Thanks. I guess that is a great point. I mean, it took us so long just to get our historical climatic data sets in order and incorporating them into a robust design process, but it's more the future climate that we need to be dealing with, not the historical climate. So thank you very much for your time and your thoughts today. We really appreciate you joining us again, not only today, but the time you gave us a few weeks back. So thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Great. So the next item we have here is Gary's going to take us through what has been discussed for the year 4 program and activities that are being considered through the next funding year. So Gary, are you going to share from there?
So before I get started, actually a couple of housekeeping things that I wanted to do. Number one is each of you had a copy of our annual report at your place. I have extras here, so if you'd like to take a few other copies back for anybody else, your organizations, be happy to share those with you before you leave. I also have a stack of reports here. This is thanks to Rich. This is from the AGC organization with some recommendations about the next reauthorization bill. So I'll leave these here at the corner. I think there's some copies outside as well that you can pick up if you'd like before you leave. The other housekeeping item is after of this presentation, those of you that are participating virtually, this is directed at you. You can't see, but we've had several people taking photographs of all the people here participating in person, but would also like to get a photograph or two of you. So after I'm done, we will ask you to turn on your cameras and we'll take a couple of screenshots so that we have that for our files and records and use in the future as well. So thank you for that. So I am going to talk about the year 4 program. These are the projects that comprise the year 4 program. I'll be talking about each of these individually, kind of giving you an overview of what each project is about, information on cost and duration, and also let you know where we are in the process of getting the various scopes of work approved for each of these projects. But as you can see through here, the projects do sort of cover the gamut of all of the priorities as they've been defined so far within iRise. The first project obviously works at the landslide area. The next works in the pavement performance area. The third one works in relation to bridges, in particular ABC, accelerated bridge construction. And the last two are construction / safety related. And again, I'll be going through each of these one by one. This is a little bit of repeat, so I'll go through this fairly quickly. I think at least the regulars are pretty familiar with this process of how the program actually comes together. So for those of you participating virtually, for which this may be new material, we kick off the process each fall. We have a brainstorming session. We'll be doing it again this fall, likely in the October-November timeframe. We get people similar to the participants in this meeting, maybe even a few more people together. break it down into whatever areas seem to be logical at the time, and brainstorm needs. We always make a point about trying to address member needs, and this is really where that process starts, is through that brainstorming session and hearing from people as to what they would like us to examine. As after that brainstorming session, we'll kind of get together with ourselves, also with some discussions with the steering committee, identify some subset of those ideas that we think may deserve further explanation. We will develop short problem statements, short meaning 1 page, couple, 3 paragraphs, problem statements with kind of a guesstimate as to what we think the price of that research might be. We will circulate those. We will again have discussion of those with the steering committee. We will also kind of take a look at a variety of factors, not the least of which is budget, but also trying to spread the program across the priority areas that we've identified. We'll be asking ourselves questions about whether, for example, we have an available faculty person that could be addressing each of these issues. After we get through all that, we will recommend a set of those projects, some subset of those projects to the steering committee. And then with their approval, we'll proceed then with development of draft project scopes of work. We will send those out to have those reviewed by representatives of the steering committee. That's basically where we are in the year 4 development process right now. And eventually come up with the final project scopes of work, which we will then send to the steering committee for their final approval. So that's in general the process that we follow. So the first project is the roadside landslide inventory and analytical tool. We made some reference to this a couple times earlier today. You know all about the problem. This really actually did start at that workshop that we had back in August of 2019, where it became evident that there is a lot of information about landslides, but spread across multiple organizations and multiple databases. So the need was then identified for a single one-stop source, if you will, for information about landslides that could help guide mitigation efforts, maybe help identify the causes, and maybe then also help advance an approach for monitoring and mitigation. One of the other things that fell out of that, of course, is the best practices project that Fatma is doing. And so there's obviously correlation between those two, this project and Fatma's project as well. So the objective is basically the focus of this project is to design that inventory that amalgamates data from multiple agencies in some systematic way and format, and importantly addresses the needs of those agencies. Supposed to be a 2-month project. The total cost of it is $350,000. And again, there may be some potential later for follow-on work. In terms of where we are with this one, the scope has been commented on by several people already. The latest communication that we had on this one came from Bill and Cheryl, and we will be continuing to have the conversations with them. They are obviously among the primary users of this. So we want to make sure that their needs are being addressed. So we will be getting back in touch. In fact, I think Dan had a short conversation with Bill here at this meeting. The second project is entitled Effective Vibration and Compaction in the Concrete Pavements. I'm a little bit out of my league here, but my understanding is that the gist of this project is to perhaps take into account what happens to concrete during the construction process itself, and maybe come up with some methods or procedures for trying to account for that within the design process. So the objective is to build tools that would enable a better or more optimized design and construction process, investigate those experimentally, and then build and validate those computational tools with
notion of leading to creation of new guidelines. 24-month project, $250,000. The principal investigator for this project is Alessandro Facchetti. He's a fairly new faculty member at the university. This project has been out for review as well. Just this morning, actually got an email from Bill Beaumarriage down in District 12, expressing some issues that we will be addressing here over the next week or so.
We should get it to Dave Shulio too, because he was the one that thought of this at the brainstorming and he generated a lot of excitement in it during the brainstorming sessions. So
Okay, we will definitely
make sure
do
that,
Anything to add, Julie, on that, what I said?
nope, that's pretty much it. The big thing is looking at the mix, and we look at it from a durability and a strength, but also there's a workability component other than beyond the slump, and trying to get a good ride with respect to paving over the dowel baskets and issues like that. So optimizing the mix, not only with respect to durability and strength requirements, but also making sure that it paves well.
The third project has to do with 3D printing and accelerated bridge construction. If you remember from way back this morning, Julie made, among her early comments, was this notion of trying to do more long-range, higher risk type research. And this certainly falls in that category. So the problem, the need is to increase the construction quality of prefabricated bridge elements that become part of ABC projects. By doing that, reducing the construction time, labor costs, improving safety, reliability, potentially even minimizing some of the environmental concerns associated with that. So we will be, Dr. Alavi will be the principal investigator on this. He is in, I think, at least the early stages of the process of acquiring some 3D printers for the university. And we will identify, fabricate, and test a range of 3D printable prefabricated elements for use in ABC projects. A 2-year project valued at $150,000. Amir, anything to add on top of what I said?
I guess we covered everything. So I guess there is a critical need to explore more in this area. So we see a lot of actually movement in this area, specifically in the construction side. I mean, traditional construction, but I mean, in the bridge engineering, I mean, this is a very new area. I mean, we have like different mechanisms in bridge engineering. So we are going to focus actually heavily on the material properties because they should be extrudable, and then also the elements, like we don't have too many, I mean, like compared to building, they usually paint, we don't have a specific elements. So we need to also explore that area as well. I guess that would be a very exciting area, and this would be just the beginning. As far as I know, only just one university in the country working in this area, and they have just started, so there are a lot to look for.
This scope has also been out for review, including at the district level and with the Tom Maciosi in headquarters. And I think we're good, pretty
I
well.
just kind of asked him, Gary. I didn't, I mean, I just said, do you mind, is anybody else doing this? I didn't say, "Here, read the scope." So he gave us his blessing that nobody else was doing it. He thought it was a good project.
Okay.
So I don't want to say he's already read through in detail anything.
Okay, all right.
But I do have a question though. I was under the assumption that HIP had already purchased the 3D printer. So they're in the process of purchasing a printer. This isn't funding any of that, obviously, because that's not enough money to do that.
Now, we've
So-
been through that issue, Cheryl, and we want to keep them. So we're going to buy them.
So you guys are, okay. And this is just for Dr. Zorba.
The fourth project has to do with the underground utility location technologies. Ground penetrating radar has been used traditionally for this. The notion is that there are better ways of doing, potentially at least, better ways of doing that, especially for locating deeper utilities. And then if in fact that is true, developing guidelines for the selection and test protocols for those new methods. So that's the gist of the project. It's a 12-month project valued at $100,000. I'm sorry, it's either Lev or Lucio, but they're both will be doing this work. The scope was developed, sent out about a week ago to Chuck and to Rich. We already got some comments back from Rich. Rich shared it with one of his members. And if anybody else here would also like to look at this scope, would be happy to send that to you again to make sure it's addressing everybody's needs. Lev or Lucio, anything to add?
I think that's
Is this intended to be used for outdoor construction or more during the design, like a SUV type?
During the construction. So the idea is to find the right equipment for each type of operation and to avoid any accidents caused by underground utilities. That's a chat process.
Ideally, Bill, it would make a benefit for everybody if there's, you see that data analysis and all that stuff too, is if somebody actually would keep track of where this stuff is as they expose it, so that you'd have access to it. And that was, I guess, the pie in the sky thing, that eventually you'd have a database where you would know where things are.
But isn't the One Call doing that right now? They do have a database, because we're not involved in our, the unfortunate part is our systems aren't being tracked because we're not a One Call member.
Well, we all are, but they come out and they have a 3-foot window to mark, the utilities have a 3-foot window. They have no depth information for the most part. And it's becoming increasingly obvious that their data isn't very good, even on marking within 3 feet, because we're having a terrific problem with striking utilities. So it's a safety issue, and for you, as for PennDOT's perspective, a cost issue that needs to be addressed. They don't have records.
Yeah, I wasn't sure though. This was just sort of like for the SUV people, the subsurface utility exploration folks that work mostly during design, or if it would be something that a contractor could actually take out on the project.
Well, that's ideally, yeah.
Ahead of the excavation.
That's it's kind of a couple prongs to this, but that is one of them.
Yes.
GPR is not accurate enough here. GPR works okay if you have sand or some consistent soil under there. It just picks anomalies out. And Pennsylvania, it's not very effective here.
Well, it's like correct, a conventional GPR. So, yeah, so it's very important to have a right device for the right job, number one. But one of the problems is if you read specifications, then all of them can find even very small plastic tube 10 meters below. In reality, well, they can do it 100 times. So NDT in general is the area where vastly overpromised and underdelivered. So the idea is to figure out what realistically can be done, and if it can be done, how to get a feedback loop much faster.
We've tried them, Bill. They're not, you have to be trained in how to read what you're looking at. And it's just not, you can't just go out there. It's just not that evident.
Just one more further clarification for you, Cheryl, regarding exactly who's picking up the tab on that equipment. Pitt's going to buy it, so Pitt will contribute to that project in that way.
I assumed as much when I saw the cost, but I don't know how much those are, and it would be way more than that, so.
If you have one you want to loan to us, then we're happy to unpackage it and try it out for you.
So the final project in the Year 5 program is identifying the major causes of construction accidents. Again, we discussed the problem in earlier presentations, so I won't go over that again. This one has a tie actually with a proposal that we turned in a couple months ago, I guess. I think many of you know that we've been in discussions with the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health about this issue of worker safety. We've also submitted a proposal to an organization called the CPWR. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for, but they are under a cooperative agreement with NIOSH. They focus a lot on technology transfer, but they also run a research grant program of small studies, small being pretty small, up to about $30,000 efforts. So we did submit a proposal to them to essentially get work started in this area in cooperation with the CAWP. And again, we very much appreciate Rich, your help on this issue. We don't know where that stands as of yet. We have not gotten word back from them. We understand they evaluate on a quarterly basis. I'm not quite sure what that means, but it may mean that they won't entertain those proposals until June sometime. So it may be another month or so before we hear back. Depending then on how that goes, the scope of this may need to be adjusted to reflect that. But the idea in an ideal world would be that we would start that CPWR work and then expand on the data collection effort through this project. We've estimated it at 12 months and $85,000. Lev again will be the principal investigator for this. And again, we just sent that scope out also to Rich and to Chuck for review. And again, be happy to share that with anybody else that wants to look at it. Lev, anything to add?
Yeah, thanks to Lev. He was the one that led the proposal for the CPWR proposal. And also, just to tie this in, we're trying to obviously match your dollars and make it go even further. And one of the resources is potentially NIOSH. In working with them, they pointed us into the direction of this proposal, which generates data to hone in on where these issues are with respect to safety, but also it's kind of a pre-step to getting a much larger proposal that's available through NIOSH. So it's been great working with NIOSH on this stuff, and they've been helping us along the way, and we're hopeful that the money that we're putting in this direction will be supplemented by significant more.
And now I got my green eye shades on. So this is the accounting for the money. The 5 projects as listed there, the total up to $935,000 based on the estimates that we have. The amount of money that's available, I apologize, I kind of cut off the bottom there. Our annual contributions at this point, based upon history of what everybody has indicated they would be contributing, that's $700,000 annually. In addition to that, PennDOT has agreed to provide an extra $250,000 this year, which is targeted for that landslide inventory project that we discussed earlier. So the total is $950,000. It gives us a little bit of 15K wiggle room, which is always handy. I should talk a little bit about the timing of all this. The year 4 projects are kind of on the same scale as those other 2 year 3 projects that Julie talked about earlier. We'll hope that we get most of these underway sometime this fall. We have to invoice people or the public agency members. We have to invoice them for the money. The private sector members then make their contributions. It all comes in kind of at different times of the year. So we kind of have to juggle that depending on when the money gets here. But if we have the bulk of the money in place in the fall, we can get certainly the first 3 and maybe even one of the latter 2 projects started. The other one may lag a little bit depending upon when the rest of the money comes in, which may be all right, especially for that causes of construction accidents, if in fact we get the CPWR award and get that work underway. So that's it. Any questions about year 4, how it came together, what we're doing? When we get the scopes finalized, after we've gotten all the comments and gotten everybody's okay with those final scopes of work, we will then be sending that out to the steering committee for their approval, and then it's just a matter of invoicing and waiting for the money.
Looks
No
like everybody's on
questions?
board.
Okay, so I am going to stop sharing. And as I said, those of you who are participating virtually, we would certainly appreciate if you could enable your videos so we can get pictures of all your faces so we can take a screenshot or two. So please enable your video for just a few moments.
It's always interesting. He taking care of
It is
it?
actually.
Just flip through maybe.
I think that's from patio.
He does have a house to be.
Oh, yeah.
We miss your backyard, Cheryl.
But I know, I'll be there. If it wasn't raining, I'll be there.
Don't forget to smile.
I always like when people have birds singing in the background when they're on
Great, one of my neighbors is kind of grass.
Oh, or the leaf blower.
That's
Here comes Sonia. Just this one. The guy.
All right, we all set? Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Feel free to stay on. It's okay. So the next part is where we're really going to need everybody's help. Does anybody need a quick break before we go? And we're just short after lunch, but that might be the time. Do we need a quick break or do you just want to grind on? Hey, Cheryl running out of the room was a good indication we need a quick break.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to roll? Okay, so the last hour, and I had mentioned to Gary, this probably isn't the best thing to do in the last hour, but I have confidence in this group. So if you remember when we started out the day in going through the accomplishments for this past year, we talked about things that we should discuss regarding future direction. And so I'd like to jump to that and kind of revisit some of the topics as I can organize this in a manner that allows me to share and see. Okay, so the future direction, and as we had talked about previously, these are the focus areas, and primarily what we initiated with and what we started off with is where we're at now. We did tweak things a little bit with respect to adding the safety. We started putting a little bit of effort in that way. A lot of smaller projects or, several smaller projects in the hopes too that we can use that to maybe leverage money or contributions from NIOSH or other groups. So it was really great to get CAWP on board to help us with that. And I think it's really going to increase the likelihood of us getting funding. So we have that component. The climate resilience component is something that keeps kind of coming into our lap, a huge area of landslides where we're hitting that quite heavily. How much of that do we want to expand into outside of landslides? We are, again, investing quite heavily in landslides. Are we too much? Deterioration models of materials and structures, and this was actually George's exact wording. We we were doing a lot in different types of material durability and structural repair. And pavements, of course, bridges. So we've been pretty active in this area. We have the new project that's being considered with respect to workability and compaction of the concrete. So incorporating that into the construction process. And then a lot of work on performance enhancement as well. So do we have the balance that we want with respect to these focus areas? Do these focus areas still make sense to us? Any thoughts on that? Everybody's still happy with moving forward with safety and in the manner that we are with quite a bit of effort, I guess. Okay, and then even within that, you know, as far as, you know, a lot of it is in inspection quality and increasing the safety of the inspectors. Maybe there's more that we need to be working with on the construction aspect. We do have the one project that was discussed regarding utilities and that area regarding construction. But, you know, if you continue to kind of think about what's happening in your organizations and things that you think that are specific areas we would like to pursue, or are they any comments on our approach as you know, where we are now and where we've been?
I don't know if it's coming out of the pandemic where we had such a drop in traffic. Speeds were incredibly fast last year. Now we have traffic returning, we have speeds on declining, distracted drivers. We've had a number, we have an all-time record high. We're what 5 months into the year on our hits our truck mounted attenuators, tracking our work zones. I mean, the fear there is eventually it's not going to be able to attenuators to be a person. It's a weekly occurrence, both in our maintenance and construction patterns. Again, I don't have a solution. I'm just sharing stuff with you that.
Yeah, this is great.
I don't know what to do with it. A lot of them right now, they're not like side swipes. They're direct impacts. They're like, so they're traffic, truck or the car. They're not trying to even avoid the TMA. They're hitting it almost once square ahead. So I mean, they're that distracted when they get to that point of impact. Something to think about. I mean, I don't have a solution. It's becoming very concerning.
You know, you have a good point, Brad. When we were coming up here the other day, and then there was quite a queue going over the bridge, and there was a large, like traffic in general is going fast. But then there were cars that weren't going fast, and there weren't a lot of them, but there was enough that it would be here and there, so that you have cars going really fast and then other cars that are going maybe even a little under the speed limit. And it seemed like it was kind of a huge safety issue with respect to that, you know, just the discrepancy between those that are now going fast after COVID. And so over in that area, there was a car that jumped down around your big arrow sign down there into the ditch and then came back up. And it
could study idiots, Julie. That would be
You can't teach stupid. Right? It's really concerning. We do a lot of night work. I mean, it's almost a weekly occurrence when we just in my mind trying to.
And nighttime seems to be obviously the bigger concern. There's less traffic though, isn't there, at night? So
yeah,
just it's a more dangerous condition, it makes up for it.
Combination of sleepiness, distractions, of all over my mind. I don't know what it is, but it seems like this spring is worse than ever.
Yeah.
Especially as traffic is starting to come back.
And the one that I was talking with, I don't know if that was just arrogance and stupidity, or if it was distracted and then all of a sudden, oh, shit. You know what I mean? It was hard to tell, but just in that short time, major twitchy because there were a couple of those incidences when I was in that queue, and that was a Saturday afternoon, and I was a little bit surprised that there was so much traffic there. But yeah, stupidity is hard to research too, at least in the engineering group.
It's not hard to research.
You know, I was talking about it later. Yeah, I know. See it's sustainability or tied together. I mean, that's something we're hearing more and more about. Our bond rating agencies are asking for sustainability efforts and plans. So, you know, from our perspective, that's becoming more paramount. I can't go into this part of it or other folks that were something I want to think about, and it's becoming more and more. But Charles, what industry you're working in, that's becoming more.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting too, because it's in the building, and you mentioned that, the building area for a long time. And then it does, according to you, it's seeping now into transportation. I was surprised too that they're linking it to bonds. That just seems crazy. But yeah,
Something I could add to that is that, you know, sustainability and transportation means a lot of different things. If you just throw that term out, you'll get 10 different definitions from people as to what that means. Traditionally, it's been, well, we need to get more alternative mode travel, we need to reduce emissions, but no one talks a lot about materials or construction methods. So it is an area that probably could be explored. Like if you're familiar with the Green Roads program that Federal Highway has, where they actually rate projects based upon their sustainability. So it's something that might be worth looking into, at least from a broad perspective.
yeah, you're right. And we could do like a target CO2 reduction in a section, or, you know, so it does come in a lot of different ways. And, you know, whether it's roughness and that impact on fuel consumption or repairs, but, you know, with respect to the cost is primarily, you know, in the interventions, right? So reducing that through long life, but
Building construction is just light years ahead of highway construction when it comes to this.
does that mean anything in PennDOT at this point, or is that not really?
I mean, that's industry wide, yeah, benefits.
Well, everybody wants it. I just was wondering.
Narrowing down your focus is gonna be what's difficult. So I'm not sure where you're looking at. Are you looking towards materials? Are you looking to recycling? You know, what are you looking at?
You know, and if it should be just, you know, kind of open up some of the doors on looking at access for solar. So that's, you know, we're looking at that closer. We're looking at, you know, microgrid systems for facilities. We're looking at fiber connectivity issues, rural density. So like Mark said, it goes all over the place, but it's really a broad topic that's being talked about more and more. And the way you kind of get your arms around it, identify maybe some one-offs. Opportunities.
Yeah, that, I think also what we were able to meet with Melissa Batula, and she was talking about trying to incorporate things like you were saying into rest areas. Well, so she didn't mention the limited access, but that might be another opportunity too. All right, so I guess maybe under climate resilience, there's sustainability as well. And I guess those are directly linked too. So yeah, and then we start getting into a lot of different aspects that we're trying to chase. If we look at the next large, it's something we discuss frequently regarding low risk, high risk. And, you know, after a year or two, and I think we had that strategic planning meeting in year 2, right? This summer after. And then at that point, it was mentioned 80-20, and I don't really think we have done a good job meeting our 80-20. I guess there's only, you know, a project, possibly 2, one up and coming that Amir's working on, and then the bioconcrete that really fall under that high risk, high reward. So you know, in the funding on those have been relatively minimal in that area on the bioconcrete. If you remember, we supplemented our funding with that through the sustainability center at Pitt. So we split the cost of that 50-50. So we really haven't achieved our goal of 80-20. And it's a bit of a challenge because it's a tough sell, right? You know, everybody is anxious to produce something that can help them as soon as the project's done. So I guess, are there any high risk areas that you'd like to jump into, or are there any suggestions on how once they're identified, it might be easier to get them from idea to implementation? Or do you want to rethink your 80-20 and keep it smaller? I mean, it's really important, I think, to produce tools that we can use, and that has to be kind of our primary focus all the time. But at the same time, is there something that we want to do periodically to say, hey, look, these are some really cool things coming out too that can get people excited about jumping on board with, pushing the envelope a little bit? Any thoughts on that? Dan, especially you, because you were the one that said, hey, let's do some cooler things.
He wants it to be somebody else's idea.
You know, one thing that jumps out, and it's not really high risk, but it's coming more into the dialogue lately with all the discussion on infrastructure funding. And I don't know, recently I was listening to some seminar and there was conversation about, you know, why are you building things today that you don't know that you can replace or upgrade at the end of their life cycle? And I think, you know, as we develop capital plans, if you had to build in every aspect of the capital plan, you know, renovate it or replace it at the end of its life cycle, we would find ourselves paralyzed today. What we have to do, because we inherit this infrastructure, that we have to, you know, take our best snapshot of today and try to figure out how to invest for tomorrow. And I mean, we have a lot of great tools that we do that with, but I guess that's one of the areas that jumps out to me that I think we probably as practitioners better prepared to be able to address, as we're always constantly asking for more money, whether it's a rate hike or gas tax increase or whatever these funding sources are. So that's certainly something that
Yeah, that's true. And, fortunately or unfortunately, the public probably thinks about that less than Cheryl and Bill and people in this room, right? That's so, and the other thing too is even when we go to the researchers at Pitt, they have a lot of great, clever ideas. And then we're always tethering them with, all right, but when you're done, can you promise me you'll have something to give to them? Right. And that's where we stifle the creativity. So I guess maybe we get more organized about carving out that 20%, and during the brainstorming, have a couple of groups that push out an idea that
they're not certain they can solve.
Right.
Or develop.
Right.
Yeah. Your folks that think outside the box a lot more. Think outside the box, you can't work outside the box and make a mistake with it. So I think that's something that you guys need to come to us with, say, here are 2 or 3 really clever ideas. Any of them seem to make any sense to you guys. Us folks that have own it.
Okay.
Do you have any that have come up that you've already squashed?
Yeah, actually, we have a pretty good list of them. So maybe that's kind of the thing, we could get that together and circulate. There's, a lot of, we did sort of generate a list, and Amir was kind of on it. And in a lot of it, we tried to carve towards resiliency. And we're trying to get together once a week just to brainstorm on, and not necessarily funded through iRise, because obviously that's not what we've traditionally done, but hey, let's find something cool, and then we'll find somebody to jump on board. So maybe that's what we need to do, is start circulating it out to everybody to say, hey, can you get excited about this? But we have generated a list of things. There was, in some of it, is relatively feasible, you know, the charging cars through the pavement or solar panels. Amir had a couple of ideas, you know, so we could have like noise barriers that are constructed of metamaterials or concrete that absorb CO2. You know, so you could do a surface that absorbs CO2, a concrete surface, you know, so there's some ideas out there that we've been playing with. Amir, you had a few too. Did you want to mention any?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there are a lot. We have to think out of the box if we want to get funding from and support other areas. So that's what I find usually. I mean, like specifically, I was thinking of multi-functional materials. So this is the area that actually is getting a lot of traction. Basically, a material that's not just designed for carrying those, but to offer some other functionalities like sensing, energy harvesting, and actually that's what we have been working so far. I mean, there are tons of that, but these brainstorming sessions that you mentioned, I guess we're gonna have to think about them more seriously.
Yeah, and if there's anybody from your agencies that want to hang out with us, we usually just jump on a Zoom for a half an hour and just shoot out crazy thoughts. So, and it's fun to do, and it gets you kind of excited about what can be done. So anybody that wants to join us in your groups are welcome to do that.
So Lee, I'm not sure if it's ever came up. I bring it up in other forms a lot. Well, in conjunction with what you complained about the lane closure interstate project.
Did I complain about that?
The cost and the inefficiency of painting a bridge right now is insane. It costs more to protect the environment and do the safety thing than to paint the bridge, as everybody knows that, right? Because I've been jobs before where I was gonna, instead of painting the bridge, I was gonna throw the steel away and give you a new steel because it'd be cheaper. So that's true.
And we found that to be true on the 31st Street Bridge,
Yeah.
really, for sure.
Yeah. So, you know, whether it's some sort of coding system or just a methodology or whatever to
We haven't
speed up
changed
and
that,
all.
have we, Chuck? We haven't changed the coding systems in many.
No, it seems like they keep, and I'm not an expert, but
Yeah, me neither, but I don't think they've changed. The specs really haven't changed a lot in 30 years.
no, I don't think so. It kind of ties into the other steel work to some degree that you guys have worked on, you know, but it's just insane. I mean, did you look up, didn't you? You saw those platforms? and stuff? That's
Oh,
just
no,
a-
I saw it and I thought the same
And
thing.
a
I'm
lot of
like,
it, they're
wow,
just getting ready to paint a cable.
yeah,
So they spend $100,000 to paint a cable.
yeah. No, I knew exactly what you were saying when you said that. I'm like, yeah, I get that. It's a lot of,
Kind of goes to what Dan was saying. They built this, and that's why you see a lot more concrete too, because steel, they look down the road, right? They said, we're gonna have to repaint that.
Shane just said we changed all the specifications. So you just put something in your little chat box.
Yeah, you said regarding material testing, the secretary mentioned polyester polymer concrete. This material is newer to PennDOT and is the most impermeable bridge deck overlay or toolbox. Bond strength is more than enough to consider the overlay composite. There is also epoxy polymer concrete. Those who produce EPC have approached PennDOT saying it is approved equal to PPC. Is there something that can be done to see if they're equal products? We just changed all the specifications within the 2020 public waterway.
so they already made the change, but they want to verify or?
This is regarding the paint. Yeah, it sounds like it is the manufacturers or producers, correct me if I'm wrong here, Shane, it sounds like the producers of the epoxy polymer concrete is claiming that it's equal to the polyester polymer concrete, but I'm not sure if there's not been a lot to support this. Yeah. So maybe
You hear me?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, we've been approached by that industry quite a bit. You know, like I said, PPC is you know, newer to PennDOT. We did incorporate it into our standard specifications. It is very impermeable if you know anything about the material. So if you have, you know, epoxy polymer concrete that's the same, you know, about 100 coulombs of resistivity, that's pretty good compared to like latex that's probably like 700 to 900 coulombs and our AAA is probably 2,000 coulombs. So the lower the number, the better. So if we have more manufacturers that and products that we can use to protect the bridge decks, especially on an interstate system, I mean, that's a game changer for us, not just having one product like that. And it's placed like latex with a bidwell. I mean, we wouldn't hydro before it, but you know, so our industry is kind of set up for it, and you can use it with our mobile mixers. So I think it would be, you know, nice if it was an approved equal. And I'd say regarding the paint, yeah, it is costly to repaint the structure. But, you know, when you talk about pre-stress, it's cumbersome to try to repair that and ensure you're getting a structural repair on pre-stress. So on one hand, I think it's easier to repair steel. So painting it's one thing, but repairing pre-stress is another big issue.
What about even for, I mean, it seems like the precast industry is pretty innovative regarding replacing elements. Is that, can we be expanding what they do or what they can contribute in that area? No?
It's so heavy to deal with. I mentioned that before. And then to connect, it's horrible to connect, frankly.
Maybe we just need to print it right in place.
I mean, we're all for the accelerated bridge techniques, really, but I think we've studied them, you know, to death. I mean, I think the techniques are pretty much out there right now, and we just need to utilize them a little bit more and get our contractors and folks accustomed to them. It's not cheap. The more we use it, the cheaper hopefully some of the products will be, and then, you know, but I don't think that's it. I mean, I'm not, we've already done that. I mean, how many research projects have we done on accelerated bridge techniques? And you have one underway right now. Right.
The 3D printing, yeah, yeah. You know, with the product development, what is the obstacle that needs to be? I mean, I don't know the process, but isn't it for most products you do these tests, and if they meet these criteria, we accept it? Or is that not correct?
I don't know, Neil Fannin just entered the waiting room. You might want to ask him. I just saw that go over his head.
I was gonna let you answer before we let him in.
He knows way more than I do about that.
That is an issue that's come up before in discussing research ideas, helping PennDOT come up with quicker, better ways to get new products introduced in general.
Well, there's another one that's hot and heavy right now. It's not only getting new products introduced, it's getting contractors approved, especially minority and small business contractors. That's taken another path there, but that's something that we're definitely struggling with. The other one that told me that, how much it costs to get, what was it, a small business owner, minority business owner to get approved to work for PennDOT was what, close to $1 million or something. It was crazy.
Wow.
That's definitely an issue right now.
Pretty high barrier.
You know, I guess when we started on the discussion about low risk versus high risk and how we can get it in, maybe we need to get, you know, something where we're taking regular submittals, or maybe we have a yearly competition. So you're awarded, you know, the project, so you can get a lot of people kind of competing for it, and that it could be not even people at Pitt, but any university could submit, and you know, we could allocate so much a year for, you know, kind of the neatest, cleverest idea. That would be something that, I guess we'll try to think about how we could do that, if you could as well, and then we'll propose something.
There's another one that's extremely labor intensive for us, but it has to do with litter pickup. I'll be honest with you, if someone can come up with ways to be innovative to pick up litter or to stop litter or somehow campaign for or against it, I mean, any type of mechanical, I mean, Dan, you can agree, Bill. I know it sounds stupid, I mean, but it's
It's one of
something
the
that's.
simplest, non-complex
Yeah.
issues that the agencies deal with, but it's
Really?
time consuming and.
Very labor
nothing from it.
intensive. Yeah.
Dangerous too, probably. right?
Dangerous,
Yeah.
labor intensive. You're
There's a
talking
robot.
about people going out, yeah, a robot picking and doing payment testing, have them pick up litter.
We did find something on that tech scan for a automatic robotic collection of litter. So that
Man, yeah,
Different
I'm
things. that we
Can't wait to
can
hear
do.
that thing
I
run
would
into a
say
car.
the best thing to do would be if everybody had slot litter 2 hours a year. Nobody would ever litter. I've done it twice this year with litter pickups and I don't. It teaches you to behave.
Maybe we get a bunch of high schoolers with drones. And use the drones to pick up the litter, but then there's also lasers on there. So if they see a car, we give them permission to zap the car.
It's unlimited size.
All right. Yeah, so for your tech scan, maybe that might be a good thing to bring up then.
I think it's Caltrans, they developed with UC Davis as sort of like a vacuum attached to a truck that will catch the litter without the field worker having to go there and catch it.
I would think, I mean, you saw the mowers out there, right? Then if you could put that attachment on one of those tractors, then that would, because I assume they have to, if it's big, they have to stop and pick it up, right? All right, great. So I guess we'll try to think of something so that we can at least meet our 20%. Does everybody feel that's still where we want to shoot? 20%? Good. Okay. All right, so then the next thing is the projects in kind of our balance or lack thereof. I guess, we started out doing a lot of one-year projects that, were relatively small in nature. And then the last couple of years, they got a little bit bigger. Part of it was by, for example, landslides. The first, the large project we got was for the best practice manual, because that was something that everybody really felt passionate about. And of course, that takes a large chunk of the money. And the next landslide project for the database is also, probably our next, it is the largest project that we'll be funding. And they're multi-year projects, remember, so we've moved from more of a single year to now we have a couple of quite, relatively large with respect to our overall budget. And then multi-year projects, which is nice in the sense that you can get a lot more done, right? Trying to do what you can in a year for $100,000. You'll ask a lot of the PIs and they're donating a lot of time on it because it's just really difficult to do something. And I do thank Amir and Lev and the PIs because they have been really great about, just putting everything in to make sure we have a good product, even though the budget isn't always there. Even Lev continuing to update Fit Rigid and things like that. So, but is that what we want to do? Do we like sort of this mix? I mean, right now we kind of have a couple of very large ones, so that reduces what we're tackling. But maybe if that's an area we really feel needs to be tackled, it's okay to do that, right? So is the mix of the size of projects we have sufficient? Should we be trying to tackle maybe one big project that's maybe a 3-year project even? Again, then that either eats into that budget that you're going to allocate in that 1 year or into the future budget. So we wouldn't want to do too many of those, but is there an interest in that? Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, sounds like a plan. It's one thing I guess drainage systems on bridges, that's one idea. Sometimes they get clogged up and no one knows when they're clogged up. So I don't know if there's a way to put a sensor on there that would, what issues we have are with salt water running over piers or any abutments or anything, so.
I think, Julie, that's a very hard question to answer, what you just threw out to all of us, without knowing what you're talking about, how much money is being invested. I think, would we listen? I think the whole panel would listen to whatever great ideas you come up with, but rather say, now, do we want a bunch of little ones? We want one big one? I think that's a hard question to ask.
Yeah, I was just, maybe the question is more, are you happy with the way things are going? Because we did tackle a lot more projects that were smaller and quicker. And are you happy with investing a little bit more heavily in these other areas? Or do you think we're over investing in these topics? Again, we're allocating a lot of this year and potentially next year's budget to landslides. And it's an issue that we think people are asking us to address, but we just want to make sure we're getting confirmation that we're tackling the right things in a magnitude that everybody's happy with.
I think you got to stop halfway between, or a third of the way between. If you're doing a 3-year project, you have to stop after the first year and say, is it still worth the investment? And not keep going down that path. I don't know if we do that. So I think if you're going to do something like that, you need to have some stopping points or milestone points, evaluation points, or call them that. Make sure, because sometimes you might be going, we just said it, sometimes you might be going down something, or with one Mark's talking about, if you don't find any information on the safety or have any accidents, then why are you spending money there? You made up a problem that may not really exist. So I think you have to have those built in. I'm not sure if we do that.
That's actually
Smaller
good.
projects too, we can kind of conquer on our own, like inventories of things or finding out which crashes are the worst. We have people internally that can do that kind of stuff. It's what can we do to make things better? Not like what are the data driven statistics, because we have all the number crunchers in the world. We can figure that kind of stuff out. It's what kind of products or what can we do differently to figure out why things are happening? How can we make those things better?
That's actually helpful. One, what you were saying, Cheryl, NCTRP now is doing that almost exclusively, right? You do the first half of the project and then you take a breath and reevaluate and say, do we have enough data? Do we have enough information? Do we still have the need? So maybe that's right. If we do get bigger in these projects and they're multi-year projects, maybe we need to put something like that in. And then Rachel, regarding the one thing that we still kind of have a challenge with regarding data is even we've been struggling to try to get a PennDOT safety person that we could communicate, so the reason we're chasing the data is we couldn't find it. And then when we go to other places to try to get funding, then of course they're like, show us there's a need. And our members are saying there's a need and they're saying, show us data. So if we come to this group and you say there's a need, everybody says yes or no, but for trying to get that. So if you could maybe help Lev in trying to get him in touch with the right people for the safety data, that would be really helpful because we haven't been able to do that.
May I answer this question of data and safety? Sometimes you don't have any data. That's a good thing. For example,
That is a good thing.
Yeah. No, just let me explain. Currently, for this technology, that was the last slide on Lucian's presentation, was MinDOT developed. MinDOT is a leader in Ministry Department of Transportation leader is implementing the technology that Federal Highway Administration promotes on the longitudinal joint testing. And MinDOT requires two-person operation. One person just watches for traffic. The second is pushing the car. From the manufacturer's point of view, it's one person operation. One person can handle it. Because they have two persons, there are no accidents. So basically, you won't find any accidents. If you have a robot, you can remove another person. So that's basically.
But maybe your problem statement changes though. So you get 6 months in and your problem statement may change. You might still be working on something, but your problem.
No, I'm just trying to say it's
Goes from safety to cost.
It's an efficiency or better quality or something like that.
Well, but it's safety the same at the same time, because if you if you don't put a person in a harm way, even certain, small percentage that will be hit, it's a big deal. But some equipment, like hopefully the photometer used to be one accident a year. They solved the problem, but
Another way to look at this issue is to look at phasing projects. So a lot of projects start out as a literature review and or maybe laboratory testing. If it looks promising, then a future phase might be a deployment. You're doing that with a project right now where you're going to do a field deployment. So maybe when the initial scope is written, just have a requirement that what would a future phase look like? If you were successful in phase one, what would you think phase two might be? And that's something to think about, expanding the project in the future, but funding it in phases.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Cheryl's talking about.
That's the question I had with the landslide. Was sustainable? Who's going to keep this data moving forward? I guess once we get all this set up, or the borings or whatever, but who's going to sustain it? I guess even with utilities too. Chuck said that's a lot of information there, but who's going to keep that going? It's I know Steve Hervoich, that's the first thing he did was mark all the utilities, because that's where you're going to have your problems during construction. So, but if you get that, who's going to? And a lot of problems with utilities too. They don't want you to give you a lot of that data. There'd be a water line or a gas line. So, but that's typically construction where your problems are. So.
Seems strange they wouldn't want to give you the information. It seems to everybody's benefit.
Well, if you ask for the whole system to put it on your network, so you know.
Yeah.
We've tried to do that before.
And they don't.
No, there's a group, there's a consortium of the utility companies that working under one call, and they want to charge you for that information. So they're not going to give it to you. They will come out and market, but they don't want to. Plus there's liability when they give it to you. If they give it to you the wrong information, and you mark it and you hit them, whose fault is it? There's a lot of sensitivity with utility.
I guess that makes sense.
Back to Rachel's comment though, we were talking to Dan earlier, there's a lot of clerk intensive work that comes with some of these research projects that is intensive for us or the Turnpike or accounting. And somehow you might need to weave some clerks. I mean, I don't know if that's under classes, and definitely don't think that's graduate student work. Bill, we had mentioned that earlier, that just keep that in mind when you're asking for a lot of information from the department or the Turnpike or the county or any of these organizations. We have a lot of information, but we can't give the people to spend hundreds of hours finding it for you. So
yeah, I think that's a great opportunity too, because we don't want to pay those guys to do it. One, we can't afford it, but it's a great opportunity for undergrads, and it also gets them in your office, and then you have the opportunity to recruit them and interact with them. So that was kind of the approach that I know they were talking about with the landslide. And I agree completely that, even when we send an undergrad and people in there to go through the records, it still takes some of your time. And when we're scoping these projects, we have to determine the time benefit, and if it's still something worthy of doing, knowing that, then we proceed. Or maybe that's also kind of the point where you have a turn point where you evaluate what it's taking effort wise and decide whether you want to move forward. But yeah, that is a huge issue, and it's good for us to get the undergrads involved. And I hope that you see the benefit in that as well, but that's a perfect role for them. That's somebody that's making $14 an hour as opposed to these guys who are.
If they know what they're looking for.
If they know what they're looking for. The nice thing though, is that when we're picking them, we're picking kind of the best students that we can identify. So hopefully then that's the ones that you're recruiting and get to see your area. But selfishly, we're doing it because like Chaz was an undergraduate researcher, and then he gets to try it out, and we get to try him out. And if everybody's happy and it works out great, then we have an awesome grad student. So You know, the same thing with Tom Adams. I know he was in your group as well, but. And Luis, you've gotten a lot of the grad students. I guess that's sort of the process, right? They come and work here and then they go work with you.
Chad, you looking for a job?
We comment from Alicia, for landslides, every district keeps their own records, and I know we talked about this a lot. That's another.
We talked a lot with Dan at lunch about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dan Bain had to leave, but you know, maybe also get their name and contact information, and then we can pass that along to Dan. The one nice thing is that Dan, if you had the opportunity to talk to him, he's done this type of a thing before. So he knows what he's getting into. We just have to make sure we continue to communicate with him, whether it's infringing too much on your resources or, you know, how we need to rework that.
I mean, I don't speak for Bill, but I think we had a pretty good dialogue. At lunch, you explaining things today with Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill said his office is going to take care of all of that. He doesn't need assistance.
Yeah, he's gonna hire Chaz.
Oh.
Wow.
Pull it out.
Huh, let's move on. Okay, the one other thing we should comment of regarding is the quantifying the value for future projects. And this came out of last year's annual meeting, I believe, in how do we quantify and show value. So that's as we were talking to Melissa Batula, she was the one saying, well, that's great for those 5 projects. What are you going to do for the rest of them? Is it maybe we wait to see how this project comes out? And, you know, that is one thing about Mark's project is it does probably rely on resources of PennDOT as well to get data. So that's something we probably should keep in mind, though. You already have projects, I think, incorporated in that are starting out, but in this next year, we should probably think about how we want to do that, you know, and maybe if you have some preliminary results that you can share to see if these guys think that it's a value to continue to pursue, or maybe we need to look at things a little bit differently in how we're quantifying. And I'm guessing that probably changes, right? Because what the agency is placing an emphasis on in general might be a little bit dynamic depending on who's running the ship. Is that right? Or is that pretty much a steady state thing you can quantify?
I don't think it changes that.
No, that's
Surely not wholesale change.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's literally what's underway.
Small things. Don't really change that much.
oh, really? That's good to hear.
The principle, the overarching principles of the engineering side, I don't think changes.
It's interesting, you know, we had the same dean for a long time in Swanson and things were really constant. And then when it shifted, things did kind of reevaluate quite a bit. It made me think about agencies that sort of have a 4-year turn on that than what we had. So it's good to see, though, that I guess the foundation's the same and maybe. So as long as we're hitting the correct things, which will be important because, and you have people from all of the agencies on your project, right?
Right, and I think once we get through this project and we have an idea what's the best methodology to apply to a certain type of project, then we could potentially incorporate that into every project, that they do some type of benefit analysis at the completion of the project to try to estimate what the benefit would be for implementation of their particular research results. And I think it goes back to what Dan said before also, which is we need to look at things more in a life cycle analysis. So if we have one innovation that says that, you know, we can repair a bridge component to get 10 more years of service life out of it, let's think about that, not just in terms of that extension, but how does it affect the whole life cycle of the bridge? You know, from the construction to the maintenance to the repairs, all of those things. So thinking about it in a little more holistic manner as to what the value of that is, not just an individual repair or design or something like that.
Yeah, I guess 2 things with that, though. Chuck, were you gonna say something?
No.
No, it's okay. Well, one thing was with one thing is with respect to having the PIs do it. I don't think that maybe is our strength. And that's why it's great that you've taken that on. And I think you working with the PIs has been helpful because it helps them see where they can provide value. So I'm not sure that would be a good approach for the PIs to take that on. And maybe I'm just thinking myself, and Lev and Amir would be great with that, but it's not my strength. The other thing too is, regarding Chuck and Rich and Dan, what value do you have to show to who you report to? And, if we're focusing on showing value, maybe we should make sure too that those three are in the conversation so that we can make sure they can go back to whoever they need to go back to. And I don't know if that's even project specific, or maybe that's with respect to, bringing students within your company, but if you can kind of think of things the three of you might want or would be helpful that we could provide to you to go back to the people you report to and make sure they're happy with what we're doing.
Yeah, Chuck's hierarchy is a little less complex.
Really?
The conversation, Michael Baker is unique and different every year, but I'm sure with that.
Well, let us know if we can help provide ammo.
I will take you up.
Yeah, I think it's more of the intangibles, like, okay, now
Yeah.
we're now the expert on this,
Yeah, no, trust me, it's, and sitting at this, being able to participate at this table and have these conversations is extremely valuable.
We struggle with quantifying, Julie. No, we struggle at every project we do, we struggle with the cost benefit. We have CMAC projects where we're trying to anticipate air quality reductions on projects. We never go back and figure it out. It's just so difficult. You're taking your best guess. You really are.
We did it for adaptive signal systems.
We've done it for signals, we've done it for everything, but we don't know, when we circle back, it's hard to quantify. We're taking a good guess at it.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify, and in some instances, it's just demoralizing, right? It's like, you really don't see the value in what I just provided you.
How many intersection improvements do we think we're gonna be better and they end up being worse? Or interchange improvements, Predictability is difficult.
Okay, so student involvement, and I guess I just wanted to touch on this and see where you think we're at. We've been trying to incorporate more of this in. It was a little bit stifled, of course, last year, but I think we did as good as we possibly could with your help. The seminars in reaching out to the undergrads and the work on the co-op program. We learned a lot about that. Chaz provided a lot of insight as a former ESC chair on how we can maybe work at the expos. In the fall, they have a co-op expo, and maybe we can work together boothing and get more excitement, joining the co-op program. The other thing is maybe instead of co-ops, maybe we extend it to internships too, so it doesn't lock the students into a co-op. How would you feel about that? I know there's some challenges with getting the co-op agreement, but if you have an internship, maybe that's easier to get an internship. Any thoughts?
We've done both internships and co-ops. So either worked well, I guess. Internship might not be long-term, or it could be. Both work well for us.
Same. Mostly internships. We probably have 25 of your students working for us this year.
Oh, really?
I think that's one of the things we learned when we went out and talked to students about the co-ops, is that a lot of them prefer the internships over the co-ops. The co-ops are more of a commitment. It's 3 semesters. They typically do it with the same employer for 3 semesters. The internships gives a lot more flexibility.
Well, Chaz was saying he liked the co-op for a few reasons too, because it's more of well, you speak for yourself, Chaz.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest advantages from my time at Pitt, and talking to other people who did co-ops, was there's a continuity with semester to semester, there's less time of starting up again and getting, you know, how it is, just a couple weeks of knowing what's going on at the office and who do you talk to and so on and so forth. So I know in my experience, a lot of the students that did co-ops by the second or even the third rotation, you're treated more as a project engineer and have more responsibilities put on you with a lot more expectations. I mean, Ed, I don't know, did you do?
Yeah, I did a co-op too, and kind of like with like the initial plan for like this co-op program to like bounce between different employers, essentially would have just been like doing multiple internships where like I know I was looking for a co-op because I wanted the continuity similar to what Chaz was saying, and there was a big benefit to that. But yeah, like essentially it would just be a series of different internships, and that might be more appealing to some students, or we could try to give them the option to, and give them the option to either try to do the co-op or just do a couple internships, and they have, gives more flexibility to get better candidates for it.
Chaz, the issue we always heard was that you screw up some of your classes because certain classes are only offered certain times, and then it puts you a semester or two behind if you're co-oping during the fall or spring. That's the complaints that we always heard.
Yeah, and Pitt's resolution to that is offering one summer session that you can do some of the classes that you're required to do. The challenge of that is there's significantly less flexibility of what classes you can take. So I think there is like, it doesn't matter, but there was only a couple options for that. So students didn't want to be locked in for those classes. And also you get bumped back a semester. I graduated December graduation, which was a 4.5 year, but I had a year or so of work experience when I graduated. So some students value the flexibility and the ability to take whatever classes they want, and the variety of their internships might just be a case by case.
Maybe one way to provide continuity across is if we assigned a mentor. You had mentioned something like that. So and that would give, one of the iRise partners an opportunity to mentor one student and help bridge the jump between iRise partners. And also then it's an opportunity for that group to kind of recruit that student, because we are picking the best of the lot, so. What do you guys think about that? That work? What's that?
I'm not sure I follow this.
So if I'm understanding them correctly, one of the issues other than the classes is that they feel like they're sort of floating. They're not, they don't have kind of the mentorship from one group to the other. So you start with one company, then you start new with another company. So if you want to get mentorship regarding, what would be a good career move? Where should I go next? Who do you really call? Because you never really are there long enough to develop a relationship. So is that correct, Chaz?
Yeah, and Dr. Vanderbush and I talked about this a little bit too, is one idea would be if there was a through line of some kind of mentor. So let's say you're finishing your first rotation with one company or one agency, and you're getting ready for a second one. Maybe that mentor would be someone that helps connect them with who they're going to next. They can talk during that semester of class, or something to kind of get them up to speed. So your first day, you're walking into your next position, and you don't have to waste a week or 2 weeks just trying to get your feet under you. You can jump right into a project and maybe kind of sync up projects that would be similar or have some kind of direct application with one another. Just an idea that we had chatted about briefly.
Do you mean kind of like an iRise, kind of like right now you have the 3 entities that everybody wants, would be perfect if we could start them after a freshman year. You have the agencies, you have a contract, you have a consultant. I mean, you could do a 3-step iRise co-op or internship would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that's how it's structured right now, but what we're really finding, talking to the students, is most of the co-op students prefer to do 3 rotations with one employer, because that gives them a higher probability of getting a job offer when they finish those
That
3
is true.
co-ops.
It
Yes.
is true though, yeah.
So maybe
And
we
if we
just,
get a good one, we don't like to give them up either,
Right.
otherwise they go with the shop.
so maybe we just need to be more flexible in the way that it's structured.
Well, I guess we need to send them to Chuck first then.
They get enough of me, they're going to her.
Well, this is just
chat to the PennDOT, we have lots of students that work multiple internships coming back from multiple summers. So maybe that's ending up, they're essentially doing a co-op just over a summer.
That's what they're doing. They're doing
Yeah.
3 summers with us. Yeah. And they don't lose those classes.
See, I went through that. I still don't know how to fix a small repair on a road.
You better keep them out there for a little longer, Chuck. All right. Well, if you think of other opportunities that that might arise and you know, how you might want to interact with students. Another thing would be reaching out to high school students. That's not really in our wheelhouse, but if it was an interest of this group, we'd be happy to facilitate that as well. I think Cheryl, you do work in that area, right? So we're happy to work.
If anything, just to give us some folks when we're going out to reach out, that maybe one of your staff would come along with us would be nice.
Sure, absolutely.
Have a variety on that, when we're allowed to go.
The other thing is partner growth. If you have some ideas of partners, you know our areas and whether it's interaction with other universities or associations or entities, then let us know. We'll try to keep in touch too with the associations, industry, so that concrete and asphalt industry, to make sure we're in one with them at least. But if you have ideas on who might make good partners, either becoming an iRise member or in contributing in any of these areas, then that would be greatly appreciated. And also supplemental funding. You know, you heard how we're trying to chase ever different opportunities to make your dollar go a little bit further. And if you have things that might not be on our radar, but you're aware of, then please let us know and we'll chase those down as well. That's it. Thanks a lot for attending, both those that are doing it remotely and you that have come here and braved it for an in-person experience. It's been nice to see people face to face, and really appreciate you coming here and your continued support with IRAC.
I'd just like to announce that Chaz and I have entered into an agreement. I will be his agent.
20%. The 15.
Thanks a lot, everybody.